Test 1, 2, check. Yeah, that's better. Okay. All right, let me just check and make sure everything's playing. Okay. Okay, there's the chat. Okay, that looks like it's live. As does that. Very good. Okay. I guess we could change this a little bit. Editing, recording, and editing. Video and project management. Yeah. Okay, this is going to be... Let's put some time in. So 1, 2, 3, so 3 hours. That seems good. Skyrim, music, video. And then we'll take a break. And I'll apply to some more jobs. And I'm going to contact some recruiters and let them help me with the job search too. And then when we're done, we'll take a break and we'll put some videos on. And while I'm working on that stuff, we'll watch some content. I already got some stuff queued up too. There's a guy here called Legendary Drops. I really like his analysis of things. And then Phoebus recommended this video from the Game Developer Conference. So we'll check those out. In the meantime, oh yeah, and this is the essay the video essay starting to come together. It'll be an opportunity to talk about my development process for my game. So we'll write that later. In the meantime, let's go ahead and load up the video editor. So this is Davinci Resolve 19 Studio. Okay, Skyrim music video right there. Oh no, oh there we go, I was about to say. So this is what we've got so far and what we're going to be doing over the next, hey, good morning, Playmage. Well, welcome, and thanks for saying hi early. I always feel really weird when I first start these live streams. It's like, am I talking to myself? Is anybody here? I have to pretend like somebody's there because somebody might be watching the live stream later. They might go through and watch all the live streams. So you gotta be snappy. You gotta keep you gotta always act like somebody's watching. So we got for the agenda today, we're going to spend about 3 hours. We got to put time to it. I always feel like, I'm not making any progress, but here we are. I mean, like, of course we've made progress. You're actually at the part where you're recording footage for the video and putting it together. So we're going to do that, and then we'll take a break from that, and I'll put on some videos. That we'll kind of kick it and watch the video and watch videos while I do some employment search stuff because we haven't been able to get we got to get I need a lot more Patreon subscribers before I can think about quitting my day job. Okay. We need to re-record this shot because it's sped up. So it's where is it? Change clip speed. Yeah, it's sped up by 200%, and that actually looks pretty good. In fact, let's just watch it all the way through. All these markers are kind of how I've planned things out, or at least the beat to the music. So you'll see. This is what I call my editing style. Why did I put these markers here? Oh, because there's that drum beat in the background. That makes sense. Okay. So that's awesome. What we need to do is we're gonna make more characters like this. And maybe we split them up a bit instead of just doing all three. I feel like doing three of the same person, it might be lazy. That we should have more variety, because that's what Skyrim's all about, is the variety. I do like these first couple ones though. I like that. I like looking at the sign with the torch. Okay, and I like this kind of being split over. Okay, well, let's keep going. We're loading the game. Skyrim script extender, yeah. Here we go. A little loud. Okay, let's load. Here, I know. Let's go. Oh, that is a good spot. We might want to get that. It's got like the winter feel to it. All right, let's do these 8 and 9. Sorry about the, oh, that was the other thing that I wanted to do real quick was, that's this one. I wanted to see, I think I was actually talking about the power going out through this to make him happy. So what we're going to do instead of that is we're going to talk to him. This is the power shut out on me again last night, and that's why the stream ended so abruptly. Get him in the party.
The leaders have to die. The very natural order of things is in danger. Thanks to very well. My claws are yours.
I feel like we're splitting the party though. Yeah, I was trying to figure stuff out, and then the power just shut out. I was like, well, I guess I'm going to bed. So I just need to remember to remind people that that can happen. If the stream just suddenly cuts out, you know, it's a power issue. It just happens down here. Okay. Let us take a look around with the free cam. Okay, this has got a nice this has got the, you know, wintry feel to it. And there's the dog. And that's a fox. I like this area. Let's see if we can't get something that looks wintry. Yeah, but Flame H says, I have a UPS on my modem and laptop. If my power goes out, I'm good for a little bit. Not much. Yeah. I need to. I'll get one as soon as I land another gig. I'll have money to spend. So let's COC QA smoke. Yeah. Okay, so the thing that we want to do, let's find the normal stuff again. It's this way. Oh, and let's settings, gameplay, turn off survival mode while we're here. Okay. It's these. Those are the skill books, tomes, all books, clothing and jewelry, enchanted armor, all standard armor. Here we go. Okay, so we need something. I need someone to look good in the snow. Ebony? Maybe. It'll be a good contrast. Oh, some elven armor. Okay. Falmir. Fur kit, glass. That would be like a good elf. And then here's all the soldier stuff. Guildmaster. Imperial. Nightingale. Steel, okay. I'm just seeing what there is. Oh, Thieves Guild armor. Well, we've already got a couple of people that have hoods. So let's get that steel armor, actually. Oh, we'll do the dragon plate. Dragon plate. Okay. Dragon plate. Okay, so I think what we want to do is let's unequip all this stuff. Okay, let's equip all of the dragon stuff. Alright, that looks good. Okay, now the lighting in here is not the greatest, but alright, that actually does look pretty good. The white beard and everything. But we've already got him, so let's change it up a bit. let's do Nord because it's the dragon stuff. And let's go ahead and give him, do we have a beard, brow, mouth? Hair, there we go, facial hair, there it is. Go, that's better. Okay. And then the hair color, let's make, he's a Nord, let's make him blonde. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, it didn't save it, damn. Okay, accept. Good. All right, now he needs a weapon. And we got to make sure he doesn't have those arrows on him. There we go. Unequip those. All right, now he's got a shield, so he needs a big badass weapon. Aren't there a dragon bone? Dragon's Bane. Dwarven battle axe. No, it needs to be a one-handed. Elven greatsword, Falmir. Black blade. Just seeing what the options are. Orcish? No. That actually looks pretty good. Let's do that one. Okay, and it's right there on his hip. Oh no, it's not, that doesn't look too good. Okay, that's weird that it's like, well here, let's get out of here. COC. Right run? Yeah. Oh, I need to figure out what the command is to teleport back to where I was. But we've got a problem though. We've got to... Oh, there we go. So that fixed the torch issue. And then the other problem is he's got... See, there's a sword right there. What happens if you equip it? Okay. Whoops. There we go. Okay, but that sword is a little wonky, so maybe we just cover it up with the shield? And we've got enough footage of stuff around here, so we're going to go to the carriage. I guess we don't even have to go to the carriage. What's Windhelm? Yeah, let's go over to Windhelm. So the great thing about ChatGTP is it just knows all of the stuff that we want to know. Use the following Skyrim command to teleport directly to Windhelm. So this should work. Well, there we go. Okay, perfect. And I wanted to get... Oh, he's inside and everything, huh? I wanted to get shots from outside.
And you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
We haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war.
There we go. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about. Let's fall in the water here. Can we, something tells me that's not deep enough. Oh, can I keep... Oh, no. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna fall and break my foot. Oh, here we go. This is like the guards' quarters. What about over here? Yeah, over here is good. I wanted something with like a cold feeling to it, and this is definitely that. Yeah. Okay. Now it's SCSUM, I think. No. What is the command to change the... Yeah, that's the way. Oh, let's try it. Let's see. Terrible that it worked. SUCSM. Let's try it. Oh my gosh, that's right. Now I know how to remember it. All right. Okay. Are we... Yeah, I guess we're fine with him just holding the sword. Or not, like, just standing there with the shield, and that works. Well, actually, let's see what it looks like. I like that. Because it's really just one, I mean, that's all we need right there. We're just trying to keep the eye pleased. Trying to keep it visually engaged. Okay, so let me start recording. There we go. And then we're just gonna go over like this. And that's more than we need, actually. Okay. So now, oh, let's ask if, come on, if I teleport to QA smoke, how do I get back to right where I was when I teleported it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Doesn't it automatically remember your position before teleporting with COC? Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. Let me go get some water. My tummy's upset. Maybe I had too much coffee. Give me a few minutes, y'all. We got the recording that we needed. Yeah, let me get some water. I'll be back in like 90 seconds, and then I think we're just gonna take a quick break and watch this movie or watch this video or something, because I feel a little woozy. I should have eaten something. Yeah, I'll be right back. that's a bad habit of mine. I can get so fixated on things that hours go by and it's like, oh, you're supposed to eat breakfast. So it's been like I should have eaten 2 or 3 hours ago, and I was just sitting here on the computer working on stuff. And and I just had one of those nicotine pouches, and it's like it's too much because I don't have anything in my stomach, and I'm just ugh. So I'm gonna eat some saltines. We're gonna kick it and watch this. we're gonna wait for my wooziness to pass. I'm not feeling 100% right now, but don't worry. I'm sure I'll feel better in a little bit. But I do want to check this out. Phoebus recommended it. The best and most stealable mechanics from tabletop RPGs. I mean, are you stealing? Like, isn't it like if you're gonna make a game about baseball, you have to have like a bat and a ball and three bases or 4 bases? It's like, is that stealing? if you make a baseball game with those mechanics, it's like, if you make an RPG, it's gonna have certain mechanics. That's why it's called an RPG. But who knows? Let's see. Let's enjoy this while I wait to feel better.
All right. Looks like I'm live, and we're ready to start talking about some RPGs and theft. See, I knew there were going to be fans of theft in this audience. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about role-playing games, the tabletop variety. Not just the video game type, but specifically the wide and wondrous world of interesting mechanics and styles and books. And there are a lot of them. That's part of why I did this talk. There's just so much to wade through and so much to steal and put in our video games. I've heard it kind of has occasionally worked, so let's get into it. Who am I? So for those who don't know, my name's Evan Hill. I've been a level designer for about 10 years. I'm currently at Obsidian making...
Yes. Hey, Phoebus, welcome to the stream. Phoebus recommended this video, so we're going to watch it. And while I wait for my wooziness to pass, I didn't have any breakfast. And then I had some nicotine, and now I don't feel good. So I'm trying to eat some saltine crackers and wait for it to pass, and then we'll get back to working on the Skyrim video.
Making Outer Worlds 2. I also used to be a part of Naughty Dog making The Last of Us Part 2. Also somewhat relevant, I've made Torment Tides of Numenera, Solar Ash, worked on a game called Palia, and very specifically, this one, inspired by, or follow-up by Planescape Torment, is really relevant to this talk because it's one of the few major games to adapt Monty Cook's.
I have some like ginger crystals, and it's really gingery. I could mix in some ginger crystals with the water. I'm gonna go get some of those real quick. I'll be right back. I hate it when I do that. This is the behavior that got me to go see a shrink and be like, "What the hell is wrong with me, doc? Why can I have food sitting right next to me for 3 hours and then completely ignore it while I work on something, and then I feel bad because I should have eaten 4 hours ago." Okay, let's instead of listening to me complain about a situation of my own making, let's just watch this.
Cipher system. It's very different than D&D. It's rather complicated. We don't have time to get into it now. Got a lot of slides to get through, so let's just get to the stealing. So here's the plan. I'm going to walk you guys through each game. We're going to case the joint. We're going to study the mechanics, and then we're going to figure out how to steal it and put it into our own video games. And then we're going to learn from others. So here are the targets. I've broken this down into 6 simple steps, targets, areas. We're going to talk about characters in time, basically character stats, interesting things like that. Weird resolutions, which is bonkers ways that you can play games instead of rolling dice. Short and sweet, one-page RPGs and the absolute territory of strange, interesting things that come out of there. Ancient knowledge, where we're going to start talking about people reviving the more Gygaxian days of tabletop RPGs. And I'm not going to explain Disco Mist Apocalypse yet. You can get there when we get there. First, let's do characters in time. How could I start a talk about stealing without first talking about Blades in the Dark by John Harper? There's a reason for the hoots. This game is phenomenal. And one of the first things we're going to dive into is, other than it's just basically greatness, it's basically a tabletop Dishonored, for those who don't know. That's all we really need to jump into the best first mechanic, which is flashbacks. Like any good heist movie, this game allows us to meet an obstacle, and instead of actively trying to solve it in the moment, we can jump backwards in time and say, fix it before we even got there. Say you see a guard around a corner. In Blades in the Dark, instead of stealthing behind him or trying to take him out non-lethally, you can say, I jumped back to a week ago where I threatened his life with a gun or bribed him. And then we actively make that roll to see whether or not you succeeded. Already we can see the opportunities this provides. And a lot of games have started to do this rather successfully, where we take an obstacle and instead of just letting the player figure it out with their tools in hand, we get this rich cornucopia of options. We can do a lot more social gameplay. We can interject and incorporate skills that aren't necessarily your stunning, your stealthing, or immediate on-hand gear into the gameplay loop. And I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunities. We've got a lot to cover, but say like with Assassin's Creed, the RPGification of that series is going further and further. And can you imagine if like we go back to being Ezio and I can bribe a guard just as easily as I can stab him in the neck? I kind of want to play that game. But you might be asking, this is a really powerful ability. How does Blades in the Dark balance this idea of time travel? Pretty well, I'd say. It uses a system called stress. So stress in Blades in the Dark is kind of like this expendable resource that also is a measure of your mental health. So anytime you do a flashback, push yourself on a roll, or try to undo something bad happening to you immediately, you can take a stress. It's rather hard to get rid of. As you can see too, there's also a ticker at the end. If you fill up your stress bar, you're going to take a permanent debuff called a trauma. And what I think makes this so excellent is that it's not just a second health bar. This is something that has real, tangible resource value that's not just, oh, can I take mental damage? It's, I'm actively pushing myself. I'm actively, tangibly taxing my body and character beyond their normal limits. What's the consequence of that? I think Darkest Dungeon demonstrates a really good example of this, even though I would say this kind of leans much more into that second health bar territory, where it's, you know, your mental health points. But more than that, its long-term consequences, I think, are just...
Oh, I was muted. Darkest Dungeon was a really good game. I very thoroughly enjoyed playing it. Great art style, great feel. It was grimdark. You know, what's not to like?
Something phenomenal to learn from. As we said, stress focuses on something that's more than a second health bar. But now, I think everybody who did the woo is probably going to love this next one. We're going to talk about clocks. So the way Blades in the Dark works is really special. Instead of a normal quest log, instead of tracking inventory or hit points, you also track all of the myriad threads and events that are going on with really simple circles and note cards. And quickly, it starts looking like this. So to explain it simply, a progress clock is just what it says. It can represent anything. It can be a measure of the guard's alertness. It can be your vampire investigation. It could be time until the werewolf uprising. It is this flexible, tangible tool, and anytime a player does a flashback, spends some stress, or nearly fails something, the GM is given the opportunity to advance one of these various clocks as a response. And it creates this very winding clockwork experience where every little action is pushing and pulling on this wide variety of intricate threads and stories and states that would be nightmarish to write all the rules out for. Like a guard alert system is already complex enough that we have an entire stealth game genre. So this just lets us condense that all down and focus it. So how can we implement something like this? As I kind of buried the lead on, I think this is a really clean example where we can just wholeheartedly yoink this and put it in our quest log system. Like, more quests can behave in this incremental way, and I think we would see huge gains from utilizing this. Pathologic 2 also kind of has some vibes of this, though it uses a real-world clock, but we'll talk about that in a bit. Now we're going to move on from Blades in the Dark, because again, we've got a lot to cover. Burning Wheel and Mouse Guard. So this is a very beloved RPG series. This is one of my favorites by far. So initially built by Luke Crane as this kind of obscure fantasy-focused role-playing system, it then partnered with David Peterson to make Mouse Guard.
Oh, I keep forgetting. You can tell that I don't feel good because I keep forgetting to unpause my microphone. Unpause my microphone. Unmute my microphone. Hey, Astarzy, welcome to the stream. This is what I was saying to you when the mic was muted. I feel a little woozy right now, so I'm eating some crackers and drinking some ginger and waiting for it to pass. And then we'll get back to working on Skyrim music video or something else that needs to get done.
Which is a distillation and evolution of everything Burning Wheel was. It is this very character-driven, nuanced experience. All of your stats incrementally change over time. Your characters have very defined characteristics, identities, and those too, most startlingly of all, change over time. And the way it does this is through beliefs and instincts. So we're going to just focus on Mouse Guard for a second. In Mouse Guard, you're basically in a medieval society, but you're made of tiny little guys. Look at them. You're part mouse, part human.
Oh, it's not really a stomach bug. It's if I sit down in front of the computer and start working on stuff, then like hours can go by. So my mistake was not eating first, and then I'm sitting here just banging away on the keyboard, and then I had one of my nicotine pouches, and I should have eaten a couple hours ago. So you throw some nicotine on top of that, and now I just feel bad, So it's a situation of my own making. I really dislike this quirk about myself. I wish I didn't do it, but I just something I gotta focus on. If I'm not careful, if I don't set an alarm or keep a schedule or something, I just keep going. I keep working on something until I feel terrible because I should have eaten or done something else. It's really helpful when I need to get work done, but it can be detrimental at other times. So,
and as a result, there's this giant tapestry of roles, professions, identities, ideologies, all at play. And you get to role play that as a part of this intricate little society. So how the game defines it, both in Burning Wheel and Mouse Guard, is with beliefs and instincts. A belief is something kind of tangible. It is a concrete understanding of the world that the character has. And it is meant to be a stance. It is not just a wishy-washy like, oh, I believe hope should save the world. It is something like, you're a peasant farmer and you get to write down on your character sheet, I am the true king of this land. It is, for example, in Burning Wheel, this orc here riding this wolf has beliefs like, I must interrogate an elf, a dwarf, and a human to discover if they have minds like my own. Also, fuck the Legion, I will forge my own path. And then the little mouse on the side has an interesting little belief of a guard mouse needs to think with their head and feel with their heart. They can be simple little character threads. But where this then comes back into the mechanical is any time that you operate in accordance with these beliefs, you get rewarded. You're given persona points. You're given resources to further drive the story and push on a future role. And now an instinct is like a baby version of it. They are the automatic behaviors your character is expected to do. And these are really interesting because they are things that the GM is allowed to say that you do without you saying you do it. So an example of a good instinct is like, I always draw my sword at the sign of trouble. That's great. You can play it where you might get the equivalent of initiative roll anytime something pops out at you. It's less great in a courthouse. And now all of a sudden you're being presented with these very character-driven trade-offs that can be often helpful, sometimes harmful. But even more interestingly, none of these are meant to be static. The player and the character kind of weave over time. You're able to level up and alter these things. If, say, your belief is, I will always guard the prince and the prince dies, what happens now? And again, this tangible reward is always there. Going back to the instincts, anytime that an instinct negatively affects you, the game design is explicit in that the player then gets that same resource if they opt into it. You can decide to not draw your sword in the courthouse, but that extra XP is really good. So it drives the story forward. And some of you might have noticed that this is very similar to the cop types and thought cabinets in Disco Elysium, because these people are very smart and they stole very good things. But I want you to think further on, though. Like, if we started implementing that in our RPGs closer to Mass Effect, we could demonstrate interesting character arcs, like Commander Shepard's trust in Earth authority, or where they sit on the various relations between the different species. It would be one thing to decide whether the Arachnite Queen lives or dies. It'd be another knowing that your bonuses matter towards it. Blowing it up versus sacrificing maybe like a half level worth of experience to change your beliefs now or otherwise adjust against it. Like I said, I'm not you. You can take this and run with it however you want. But this is the reason I made the talk, though. This next set, Vice and Nature stats. So in Burning Wheel and Mouse Guard, there are these unique categories of skills. They are not basket weaving, they are not sword fighting, they are these emotional aspects of your character. And they have massive trade-offs. So to start with, in Burning Wheel, I think they're still a bit rough, but still very interesting to talk about. The examples in Burning Wheel are greed, grief, and anger. They work just like your other stats. If you use them on a roll, you take your number and you roll that many dice. Or you can combine them if like sword fighting and athletics. They're usually very good. They give you the option to substitute on any roll a relatively high number. The catch is you need to demonstratively show that it aligns with the vice. So let's take an example. If you have a 4 in greed and there is an object that you want to bargain for, instead of using your charisma check, you can decide to use your greed stat and potentially get 4 times of an effective chance of getting it. The negative, though, is like other stats in Burning Wheel, the more you use it, the more it levels up. And the more a vice stat levels up, the further your character is restricted from certain actions. Greed is another really good example. I believe if you get past a rank 3 in it, anytime you are divvying things up, even something as simple as a pie, you are not allowed to divvy it up evenly and fairly with other people. You always, always have to take an edge. You always, always have to behave in a certain way. And right there, the player is given this arc, this option that's more than just what's my build, but balancing short-term gains and long-term character-driven consequences. And now, there's a lot to unpack there. I don't know if we have full time for it, but modeling with these negative traits can be a bit dangerous. And that's why I think Mouse Guard's approach is even a step better. This is the truly refined version of it, and it's dead simple. If you pause this, you'll be able to read this really quickly. The way Mouse Guard works is because you're just a cute little guy, if you do things that a tiny little mouse thing would do, you can substitute your nature stat. Basically anything that's like climbing, escaping, hiding, foraging, you just get natural ability at doing that thing. Now, where it gets interesting is you can also use it to act against your nature, standing up and fighting, guarding, running through fire, anything that's against your nature, you can then substitute this stat that ranges usually from 1 to 7 in a game where 7 is like level 15 to do anything. But anytime you act against your nature, it taxes it, meaning the next time you use it for any reason, it's 1 less rank. If you deplete it, you're going to lose an entire pip in it until you recover, possibly taking multiple sessions. So you're presenting the player with this like easy road of good bonuses moving towards an alignment or a style or a class that you see as valuable and helpful. But they're not limited to that. They are constantly given this choice to nitro boost their rolls to try and succeed. But with that balancing consequence of the cost later, the character impact. If you deplete your nature.
Hey, Deathforge, welcome to the stream. We're just we're checking out some games developer stuff. I feel a little woozy. I should have eaten a couple of hours ago. So we're just waiting for the wooziness to pass, and then we'll go back to some more recording for Skyrim and stuff. But this is super interesting. It's a video recommended to us by Phoebus. And talking about all the different systems that you can find in RPG books that would work really good in your game.
All the way, your character gets described as either obsessive or odd. If you let your nature get too high, your character kind of settles and doesn't want to go out and adventure anymore, and they get negatives on both ends of the spectrum. And the game itself then suddenly demonstrates that it has this tension between these two different essences that the character has, both as a mouse and as a warrior or a craftsman or somebody who will go out and fight an owl face to face. But yeah, what I really love about this, and again, the whole reason I built this talk, was because what we're seeing is something that is a resource and a stat all at once. You are able to spend this, stockpile it, utilize it however you want to shape the story, and how you use it naturally creates a dynamic character. Even with this just singular access, you're showing a character's ups and downs, confronting with not only how they perceive the world.
I'm sorry, this is me not on mute. So this would be what he's proposing here, this system where like the more you do it, the more your character kind of leans into it, and so much so that at a certain point your things are being dictated to you about how your character behaves because you've kind of leaned into that stat or that trait so much. So I could see that streamlining some things in the RPG game that I have an idea for, because it's like if you're we just use greed as an example. If there's an option and you're greedy and it's you'll have to choose either some sort of intimidation or persuasion or something like that. You won't have the option to split things equitably. So. Very, very, very cool ideas. Very, very much something that I will consider to add to like the dialogue system, because that's basically where the character's making all those types of decisions and stuff.
Or act in it, but their own internal landscape gets shifted one way or another depending on how this action goes out. And I can't think of a game where this wouldn't be interesting. And yeah, that's what we're here to do, is just, I think there's a ton of these tools that can just be put nearly anywhere. But let's just keep going into the simple, easy to steal stuff. One of my favorite rules in Burning Wheel, which is a game that's normally very complex, is just roll versus bloody. It's dead simple. 2 people fight, they just roll die and see who gets the bigger number, and they get the damage. No checking against AC, no maneuvering. It's meant to be just like, oh, we get into a bar brawl, we're about the same strength, what happens? Some of you might notice.
I'm gonna keep this plan. I'm gonna just go get horizontal for a couple minutes. I've got this pulled up on my phone, so I will know exactly when it's over, and I will come running back, and we'll keep this going. I'm just gonna lay down for about 10 minutes. We got about like 14 minutes left on this video.
That another favorite cop of ours also uses this mechanic because, again, these people are very smart and I like them. But now we're on to part 2, weird resolutions. So who here's played Jenga? So the games we're about to talk about are wonderful bits of design on completely opposite ends of the spectrum. In Dread, it is a survival horror game where every time you take a risky action, you need to take a block out of the Jenga tower. And if the Jenga tower falls over, everyone dies. And then in Star-Crossed, you're playing a romantic scene between 2 star-crossed lovers. And every time you take an action, you take a block out of the Jenga tower. And when it falls over, you have to make out now. That is the complete breaking point of the tension. And yeah, so the whole Jenga of it all already, we're seeing that like when we talk about RPGs, when we talk about storytelling games, we don't need to be limited to just die and paper. We can produce the same kind of emergent behavior and engaging stuff with radically different tools. And well, I think this is like a fun example. I think there is even more unexplored territory here. So some of you might already be thinking, how do I put this in a video game? Oh, do I just model the physics of a Jenga tower? You might then realize that that's not necessarily the most compelling thing. It's also still just randomness and variety. But I think we're also missing another aspect of it. If I have something like this, and I'm in a scene where there is a cataclysmic or critical event that happens when I knock it over, you're constantly giving your player the option to just flip the table over. If you're playing this in a negotiating game, instead of it being necessarily like, oh, when the Jenga tower falls, I fail. It's, I can decide to knock this over, walk out of here, maybe with my dignity intact, and certainly a lot of negative reputation, but some other way. This is also basically what happens in stealth games. So for my work in Last of Us and my love of Metal Gear, like one of the best ways to describe failing stealth is knocking the Jenga tower over. Sometimes you're going to deliberately try to pick it apart, move through paths, naturally just accidentally tip it over and things get loud. And other days, you're just gonna bust the door open with a shotgun and start screaming. And both of these are these valid, interesting, narratively relevant ways of approaching something. So I think there's something there. But moving on still, roll and write. This one might be slightly unfamiliar to some people. It's a new kind of emerging genre. It's getting quite popular, where it's almost a solo game. You sit down with some friends, you roll some dice, you allocate those numbers onto a table, and you do things like build railroads or condominiums. If you're thinking it sounds like Yahtzee, it essentially is, but there is this massive diversity of genre and style and mechanics, and some people are already starting to use it. Many of you have probably heard of Citizen Sleeper, and basically that's all this game is. At the beginning of the day, you're given a pool of dice of varying values, and the game and the story evolve depending on where you allocate them. Like, this was one of the most compelling games of last year, and it's essentially cyberpunk Yahtzee. And it doesn't end there. There's this survival space sim called Tharsis, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, that, again, uses this same really simple mechanic to tell deep, complicated stories about survival and resource allocation and just the risk of attempting risky maneuvers in the vacuum of space. And this doesn't have to stay like in the survival vein. Like, Dicey Dungeons came out like 4 years ago. I want to see more combat, more interaction mechanics that have the kind of pop and depth as this game. And I think it's not a hard sell. Again, some people are very smart. But let's keep moving. So we also have one-page RPGs. So often people think RPGs are these massive tomes that just require a master's degree to even approach, much less fully comprehend. No. Sometimes you just have a game like Honey Heist, where you are a bunch of bear criminals with 2 stats, bear and criminal. And you can play this in an afternoon and just have a wonderful time with your friends. Or Sexy Battle Wizards, which just has Sexy Battle and Wizard as stats. Or John is Everyone, where 3 of you get to play as John. And the voice is inside of his head. They're simple and cool, and I'm going to leave it at that because they're simple and cool. And now we're going to get into something a bit interesting. The OSR. For people who don't know, there's this trend among Dungeons & Dragons aficionados of the old school revival. It's kind of an attempt to return to the traditional ways of like AD&D. There are some caveats. A lot of these people sometimes maybe go for the aesthetic of the 1980s a little too hard and end up being coming off a little crusty. But I think the core of this thing is still very good and wholesome and really demonstrates some of the things that we're lacking in a lot of modern game design. Focuses on player agency. They tend to be rules light. One of my favorite systems in it is just about 10 pages as a pamphlet. It's usually highly fatality and low power, so everybody's played a level 1 campaign or at least seen people try to stream it and die very quickly on it. And it's usually very focused on resource management. Credit to Lines for writing the article I got all that from. But some of the most standout people in this are Ben Milton. He's the one who wrote that small 10-page pamphlet I just mentioned called Knave, which you can just pick up and play. It is really approachable, really easy to play, and hits all the things that we're talking about. Even more importantly, he wrote one of my favorite dungeons of all time called The Waking of Willoughby Halls, where you are stuck in a haunted mansion where another adventuring party runs in with a stolen goose from an angry giant. So you're dealing with this just lasagna of problems that turns into the tabletop equivalent of a Hitman level on acid. Can't sell that better than I just did. He also has an even shorter, even more condensed version called Maze Rats. This is just a couple pages. There are no classes, and even when it comes to spellcasting, you get 1 spell a day and you randomly roll it. It is just meant to be raw, immediate, quick, fun, that captures all of the beauty and all of the just intricacy of improving with your friends. Another major standout that is always worth looking at is Chris McDonald's Into the Odd. So its follow-up is even more stunning, and this is the one we're going to focus on here. It's called Electric Bastionland. As a setting, as a piece of art, check it out for just that. There is an entire racial category for Muppets. I did not stutter. But one of the most interesting things of this and Knave is you can make a character in this game in less than 5 minutes. You just have 3 stats, you roll them, and then you figure out what failed career your character is. There is no quibbling over what color belt buckle do I need, but there is a random table for it if you really want to dig that far. And you can be everything from a science mystic, a prize breeder, a machine whisperer. There's 100+ of these things. And you are just meant to be thrown into this wild, strange world, and all of these mechanics facilitate that. They facilitate you jumping into this setting with no need to be on-ramped, no need to, again, sit down and do 3 hours of studying or session 0. You're just able to go. And your characters will probably not be around long enough anyway, so you'll just roll up another one again. A lot of you might be realizing that this is fairly similar to a lot of other game designs that we're used to today. And that makes sense. This is the core of what seeded things like Rogue. Not just roguelikes, but the original Rogue. Things like System Shocks, Hitman, anything with emergent sims or roguelike design really finds its roots in these things. And even still, we're finding more to look back on and kind of harvest from this era of game design. There's just so much to be said about simplifying, about removing complexity and letting you just kind of get to the meat of the story, of the narrative, by getting out of the player's way and just letting them roll some numbers. And now for my favorite part of this talk, the Disco Misc Apocalypse. This is the big score. This is the thing that, during my research, I kind of came across and absolutely fell in love with. There's this system called Apocalypse World. It's brilliant. It kind of came out and was a bit obscure, but since then, it's been continually licensed. There are multiple games that utilize this. Dungeon World, Monster Hearts, and I think most poignantly, and the best example, is City of Mist. So what makes this thing special? Unlike all of these other settings, unlike all of these other systems, this is built story logic first. It's not coming from the ground up and trying to establish complex systems. It is, I want to take a story action, what's the result? And one of the benefits of this is it lets you have really simple characters, just like with the OSR. Here we have somebody who's based off Little Red Riding Hood. Her abilities are not complicated rules text. They are literally Bulletproof Red Hood, Arsenal of Hunting Weapons, High School Rumors. Those are the things she's good at. If you can justify her using any of those things, you get a bonus to your roll. If you mess up on that roll, you're going to take some consequences or partially accomplish your goal. We're running out of time a little bit, so I'm just going to kind of speed through this. But overall, this system is wonderful. You need to check it out. It's flexible. It's able to render tons of characters of any variety and style. And really all you need is what you see on this table. Dice. You don't even need these note cards. But the real reason I found this so compelling was very quickly I realized this is what Disco Elysium utilizes. Not just, oh, hey, we're rolling 2d6, or oh, hey, we're using tags, but this very fundamental approach of story logic first, systems not even tertiary. You're being presented with a game that focused on articulating the attributes of its character and seeing what happened. Failure being one of the most interesting parts about that equation. There's such things as near misses and interesting, funny fuck-ups in this game, and I really think it holds itself a lot of credit to the Apocalypse system, whether or not this was conscious or unconscious. It wound up kind of blossoming out, and it's what separates it from other games of its era, I think. And also why it's very difficult to just look at Disco Elysium, copy its stats, copy its systems, and attempt to get the same results, because it's just so fundamentally about this top-down approach. That's why the Tribunal is so effective. There is no combat system in this game because it never needed one. It has a system for resolving story conflict, and it just presents any fight like a story conflict. And yeah, no, this talk might have kind of always secretly been a little bit of a love letter to Disco Elysium, and I'm unabashedly okay with that, because they're very good. But we're running out of time, so we're going to skip through some of this bonus stuff that I was hopefully going to cram into the end. But you need to check these out. Pathologic 2. This is off the table. This is not a tabletop game. It's very good. You all need to use this quest system that they have. It is a mind map. It is not a quest log. It is not just a list of things you can do. It is wonderful and great, and I don't have time to gush about it now, but absolute credit to its designer. She's an absolute genius. Also, Nosha. This is an odd one. This is a single-player visual novel Among Us-like, where you are deciding and figuring out who to cold sleep because some of you are aliens. It also has a porpoise and a pressure chute. You need to play this game. But anyway, if you take anything away from this talk, it's learn and steal from the best. Don't feel ashamed of this. Game design, just like any other discipline, is something that is collaborative and evolving, and we stand on the shoulders of giants. And that's all we can really hope for. Even if a heist like this talk that I gave, may have been a little less Mission Impossible and a little more Fish Called Wanda. Thank you for listening. You can also all follow me on Twitter. Please rate the talk. And then hopefully I'll also have a little bit more to share of this little thing that's not a video game that will be coming soon. But yeah, everyone have a wonderful GDC. I hope to see most of you all soon.
Oh, that was good. That was a good flick. Yeah, gosh, let's check out legendary drops. I hate that I started the stream, and I'm trying to keep it going, but Jesus. I just do not feel 100% right now. But I'm gonna stick through it. Let's check this out. This is let's watch through this one, and then we'll see how I feel, and then if I got to call it, I'll call it, and then I can start live streaming again later. But I feel like it's starting to pass, so I'm sorry about all this, y'all. Yeah. Anyway, I'll shut up. Start feeling better. Here we go. And then Warner Brothers, the studio Warner Brothers that got bought out by Disney, I guess. Let's find out real quick. Is WB owned by Disney? Oh, it's not owned by Disney. It is part of Warner Brothers Discovery Incorporated, a separate publicly traded media conglomerate. WBC was formed in April 8th and was the merger of Warner Media, formerly owned by AT&T. Okay. They remain distinct entities. Okay, that's good to know. You never know. It's like Disney bought just about all the big players in Hollywood. All right, here we go.
Dude, this one is good. Greed, bad games, gross incompetence, talent leaving, stock manipulation, Hollywood corruption. WB Games, no. WB Discovery has been speedrunning their collapse for the past 5 years, and I'm surprised nobody has taken notice of it. You guys thought that Ubisoft was bad. You haven't seen anything yet. Absolute cinema. And I mean that unironically. We've seen for years as publishers and developers in the video game industry have been chasing Hollywood's tail. They just want to be like Hollywood. This is what it looks like when you're infested by it, when its rot has metastasized, when its control is strangling, because, well, mistakes at the top ultimately mean cuts at the bottom, and that's exactly what's going on at WB Games. These idiots thought that after the success, the wild success of Hogwarts Legacy, $1 billion in revenue should have been a live service game. While yes, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and Multiverses were financial failures for them, up to $400 million burned on the pyre of misguided games, they're not the problem. They're not what caused this situation. This is a company that is struggling to make games, struggling to make movies, and also struggling to find their way out of $40 billion in debt. This is not a closure. This is a cave-in. But before that, today's sponsor. Crystal of Atlan is a brand new MMORPG that delivers fast, fluid combat in a stunning Magipunk world filled with ancient secrets, powerful factions, and high-intensity battles. This isn't just about flashy effects. Every fight feels responsive with smooth combos, precise skill executions, and aerial combat systems that let you juggle enemies in midair. Whether you're diving into challenging team battles, exploring ancient ruins, or taking on powerful bosses, the game keeps you engaged and in control. And right now, pre-registration is open, meaning that you can unlock exclusive milestone rewards, including the Legend Returns outfit and a stack of in-game bonuses. And here's the kicker. If 8 million players sign up, everyone gets every milestone reward unlocked. But that's not all. By pre-registering, you also get a shot at winning an iPhone 16 Pro Max, a PlayStation 5 Pro, Apple Watch Ultra 2, AirPods Max, and more in the Magitech Summit event. So if you want to experience an MMORPG that looks incredible and plays even better, now is the time. Pre-register now using the link in the description or pinned comment below and claim your rewards before launch. Thank you to Crystal of Atlan for sponsoring today's video. Warner Brother Games isn't just shutting down, it's actively self-destructing. Monolith Productions, dead. Player First Games, gone. WB Games San Diego, buried. Now, if you've been paying attention at all, this should come as no surprise because WB Games has been on a downward spiral for years. Not because they don't have the talent, not because they don't have the valuable franchises, but because they have no clue what to do with them. And it's not just their gaming division. This is a WB Discovery problem, a company so deep in debt, so mismanaged, so financially unstable that they're throwing everything at the wall, praying that something sticks. They're thinking about delivering value to their customers, and I don't actually think they're even thinking about how to generate revenue at all, because whether it's TV, movies, or video games, the entire company is hemorrhaging money. A lot of people want to assume that this has something to do with Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League or Multiverses, but if we look at WB Discovery overall, $34.6 billion in net debt, a $494 million net loss in quarter four alone, a 29% drop in game revenue year over year, a 9% drop in theatrical revenue because movies are flopping, a 16% drop in TV ad revenue because nobody's watching any of their networks. The only thing keeping them alive isn't gaming, isn't movies, isn't streaming, it's licensing deals. They're making more money off of other people using their IPs than they can themselves. And that's the real problem here, because WB Discovery isn't in business of making great games or entertainment. They're in business just trying to survive until the next quarterly earnings call. And survival means squeezing every last drop out of whatever they own, no matter how much it kills their long-term success, because, well, this leadership isn't interested in long-term success. WB Games isn't dying because of bad luck, not because of one or two bad games, but because of their own absolute unrelenting stupidity and the sheer desperation of a company that has no options left. What's crazy is things didn't used to be like this. Everybody knows who Warner Brothers is. The Harry Potter movies, The Hangover, Twister, Mad Max, Terminator, The Matrix, Troy, the Batman movies, 300. Warner Brothers has made some of the most timeless movies imaginable, and they have a few still left in the tank. I know I've really enjoyed the Dune movies, and I know a lot of people really enjoyed the Barbie movie. That made a lot of money. They've also had some of the biggest gaming franchises in the industry, not just profitable, but respected. The Batman Arkham series weren't just great superhero games, they redefined the genre and set a gold standard that even the Spider-Man games are still being compared to today. Middle-earth's Shadow of Mordor was a breakout success, introducing the Nemesis system, one of the most innovative and famous mechanics in modern gaming, where your actions were actually remembered by your enemies, and as the orcs would rise and fall within their hierarchy, it would lead to emergent gameplay where your enemies would actually grow stronger and remember you and want to take revenge on you. They've made the Lego games massively popular. Simple, fun, co-op friendly games, actually consumer-friendly titles that have sold millions. Mortal Kombat, one of their only real true gaming-first IPs that they purchased from Midway back in 2009, a franchise that's been around for over 30 years. Now that I think about it, I'm struggling to figure out why they haven't captured on any of those properties that they got from the Midway deal. Rampage, NBA Jam, Cruisin' USA, NFL Blitz. For a while, WB Games was on fire. They had brand recognition from their movies, talented studios, strong IPs, and most importantly, they were letting their teams actually make great games. But then, well, WB does what this industry always does. They got greedy. I think the turning point, at least for WB Games, was back in 2017, because this is when they released Shadow of War, and instead of building on what made the predecessor such a major success, they ended up poisoning the game with some of the worst microtransactions this industry has ever seen. Loot boxes, pay-to-win mechanics, a grindy end game that literally pushed players towards spending real money just to be able to get through the final phases of a premium title. It was so bad that even after the game had sold millions of copies, WB still somehow lost money on it. They actually managed to make a best-selling game unprofitable, literally snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Back then, we were already starting to see the signs of change. Their entire perspective had shifted away from the people that were actually buying their products and onto the investors that were demanding more short-term gains. And all of this gets even more worse when you're a game publisher that's owned by an inept entertainment company that's leadership is desperately trying to sell out. I'm shocked that nobody else has caught on to this, but it perfectly explains why WB is so greedy, why they are in so much debt, and also why they had to close their studios. While I'm seeing a lot of people in media squarely put the blame on WB Games itself, almost all of these issues stem from the parent company as AT&T spun off Warner Media to merge it with Discovery. Many people are blind to the fact that we're essentially seeing the aftershocks of failed corporate fraud in slow motion. The entire Warner Brothers Discovery merger wasn't about creating a stronger media giant, it was about bloating the company's value so executives could cash out at the highest price possible. This is the exact same playbook that Embracer Group ran when they were on their insane buying spree, acquiring a ton of IPs and studios, not because they had any long-term vision for them, but because they wanted to make themselves look like an irresistible acquisition target. Sadly, this didn't play out for them, and Savvy Games Group backed out of the $2 billion deal that they were working on. WB was doing the exact same thing. They weren't building for the future, they were stuffing the books, cutting costs, inflating value, and positioning themselves for a massive payday. The plan they had was to sell out to Paramount. They thought that they could flip the company for a high value, rake in billions, and then leave someone else to deal with the fallout. But Paramount wasn't stupid. Paramount CEO Bob Bakish passed on the deal. They looked at the numbers, the leadership, the assets, and they passed because they knew if they just waited a couple more years, they could buy WB Discovery for even cheaper. It's always the people that think they're the smartest that end up being the dumbest. While these schemes have definitely worked in the past, it's in every CEO's playbook nowadays. And given how much inflated value the company had during lockdowns, like every other company, we see now that they've lost 50% of their value from 2021 to today. Now they're stuck holding the bag. And the worst part is, well, they didn't even have a plan B. It seems like their corporate leadership's entire strategy was built around flipping the company for a profit, but when that failed, WB is now left with $40 billion in debt and a bloated, failing media empire with no real direction. That's why they've been floundering ever since. Even with a few successful movies, even with Hogwarts Legacy breaking records, even with Mortal Kombat 1 selling well. Because at the end of the day, this modern WB or WB Discovery wasn't ever supposed to be a long-term success. It was a pump and dump scheme that just didn't pan out. And when you take the time to think about it, they're really one of the only publishers that's out there outside of the console makers where their financial success isn't necessarily tied to the games that they make. Because if WB Discovery is failing, then WB Games is failing by extension. So they're screwed no matter what they do. It doesn't matter if they're making profitable games. If they're still not making enough money, they could get cut either way. It just depends on how much they make versus how much they cost. And when you're attached to an already struggling media company with a CEO that doesn't have any value in games, understand games, or the industry whatsoever, everything is just an asset to be flipped. And on top of that, you're being exposed to Hollywood mentalities. You're in for a very rough ride. From my perspective, this is the least sustainable video game publisher in the entire industry by a country mile. A lot of people are going to point at Ubisoft. They're $4 billion in debt. These guys are almost $40 billion in debt in total for the entire company. They're not cooked, they're burnt, and they have been for a long time. You know, outside of Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and Multiverses, while those definitely contributed to the situation that they're in, this might be the first time that I am not going to blame the studios for their closure. I'm not even going to blame their games for their closure. Well, I mean, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, but that studio didn't actually get closed down as a result of it. But from my perspective, this all goes on their parent company and its leadership, because that's where this goes in this case. Monolith, they didn't even want to make Wonder Woman. They had no interest in making that game whatsoever, and the players don't want it either. That one's obviously a Hollywood decision more than anything else. And that's the problem, because I don't think that things are going to get better for them. They can't get better for them. Not only are they shackled to the financial corpse of WB Discovery, but at the exact same time, they're being drugged down by it. They're underwater with crippling debt. You're dealing with executives that don't understand games. You have Hollywood parasites that are trying to bully and brute force their way into the industry. And on top of that, they're trend chasing so hard just to squeeze out any dollar they can that you're never going to be able to find success. They don't understand games. They don't understand the players. They don't have any respect for their audiences. They don't have any respect for the industry. How are you going to succeed? Now, while WB Discovery's leadership have definitely done their damage, WB Games isn't without blame. At this point, WB Games is probably the best example of what happens to a publisher when they chase the live service dragon off of a cliff. They aren't just doubling down on some of the worst monetization practices in the industry. They are teaching a masterclass on how to ruin your credibility and destroy any goodwill that you have with your fan base. Mortal Kombat used to be about skill, competition, and unlocking content through gameplay, but not anymore. With Mortal Kombat 1, WB cranked the monetization to disgusting levels, locking even the most basic customization behind real money purchases. Fatalities, the literal defining feature of the franchise, lock behind premium purchases. They have cosmetics that can cost more than the actual game, season passes, battle passes, and event cosmetics, forcing players to grind endlessly or pay up before that content disappears forever. Overpriced premium currency scams where the bundles are priced in a way that forces you to buy more than you actually need, leaving you with leftover credits, hoping that you're going to spend even more money. At this point, Mortal Kombat isn't a game, it's just a monetization platform with some fighting mechanics attached to it. And if you think that's bad, WB straight up ran one of the biggest live service scams in recent memory with Multiverses. When Multiverses launched into open beta in July 2022, it quickly gained massive popularity, pulling over 20 million players and generating millions in revenue through founders packs, battle passes, premium currency, and cash shops full of cosmetics. It didn't feel like a beta. It sure as the heck wasn't sold like a beta. WB was marketing this like it was a full release, running seasonal events and treating it like it was a long-term investment. And then they shut it down. In March of 2023, WB suddenly announced that the beta would end in June of 2023, taking the entire game offline for over a year. Apparently, the studio that was making the game ran out of content, and instead of just leaving the game online and taking longer breaks in between updates, they just took it down entirely. No refunds, no guarantee that their purchases would carry over when the game re-released. No indication that the shutdown was coming before people had already spent money. Players had assumed that the game was like an early access launch and they could play the game, support it while it was in development, and that's seemingly how it was marketed. But that's definitely not how it ended. For an entire year, WB sat on players' purchases while pretending like this was all part of the plan. Then in May of 2024, Multiverses reached its full release, and 8 months later, WB said it was going to get its final season. Now Multiverses is shutting down for good on May 30th, 2025. That means that everybody who supported the game, anybody who bought battle passes, the founders packs, character unlocks, skins, or premium currency twice now, have nothing to show for it. WB took money from players not once, but twice, and then killed the game anyway. This is what live service games are at their worst. A game that was never designed to last, only to extract as much money from people as possible before vanishing into thin air. Then we have Rocksteady, the studio that gave us Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight, one of the most respected, beloved, and talented single-player developers in the industry, forced to make a live service dumpster fire.
The thing that really gets me is that they went on like a buying spree, not because they had any intention of making great stuff or like they were passionate about the IPs or stuff. No, they were just trying to make themselves look good to investors, so they could buy a bunch of IPs and be like, look, we're just like Disney. We can make all kinds of movies because we have all these IPs, and then they didn't get bought out. So now they're left holding the bag, and it's sad because all those things that, in fact, let's look up. I was told WB went on a buying spree to add to its portfolio. Tell me about this. Yes, Warner Brothers has been actively expanding its portfolio through a series of acquisitions. Blue TV, well, that's a streaming service. That's a streaming service. That's a streaming. So yeah, so they're buying streaming infrastructure is what they're doing there. Player first games, and then some music stuff. Okay. So then Warner Brothers has the same problem. Well, I don't know if it's the same problem, but it's like the same business practice as Comcast. They don't build new stuff. They just wait for something to get big enough for them, and then they buy it, which is fine for, people building those types of companies.
It completely destroyed their reputation. WB took a single-player studio known for immersive, narrative-driven games and made them build a looter shooter with brain-dead RPG mechanics with some of the most ugliest character designs that I've seen in any game, battle passes, and always online. While there were some rumors that this game was originally pitched by Rocksteady, it wasn't. It was a rebooted corpse of a game that was brought over from WB Studios. Suicide Squad was doomed from the start. It didn't reflect anything of Rocksteady's talent in the slightest. The core design was fundamentally flawed because it wasn't built for fun. It was built to be monetized. Every gameplay loop was designed around engagement metrics, not player enjoyment. I mean, they put in characters that historically do not use firearms into a looter shooter simply for the purpose of it being a live service loop. The game was delayed multiple times, but no matter how many times you try to fix it, you can't fix something that is broken at its foundation. WB Games forced one of the best single-player studios in the entire industry to make a generic, trend-chasing, microtransaction-riddled mess, and it bombed. Over $2 million burned, and Rocksteady's credibility completely shattered. Nothing to show for it. Now, you would think that they would have learned their lesson. To kill the Justice League flop, Multiverses is shutting down, tons of live service games across the industry are failing, but WB saw Hogwarts Legacy, their most successful game of all time, a single-player game that became one of the best-selling games in years, made over $1 billion, and outsold Call of Duty for the first time in nearly 20 years. And their response was, this game should have been a live service. WB CEO of Global...
Hold on, let's go. Let me go back and see that again.
This game...
Hogwarts Legacy was the best-selling game of 2023, but Warner Brothers says it wants to focus on free-to-play and live service games even after Suicide Squad setbacks. I don't think that's what industry experts call a good sign. Okay.
Should have been a live service. WB CEO of Global Streaming and Games, JB Perret, was asked about the failure of Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and the success of Hogwarts Legacy. He claimed that the AAA space was too volatile and suggested the best solution was to focus on live service games, saying, Rather than launching a one-and-done console game, how do we develop a game around, for example, a Hogwarts Legacy or Harry Potter that is a live service that people can live and work and build and play in a world in an ongoing basis? Live service games are far more volatile than single-player games and AAA games, and it's not even close. At least that's what I've observed. That's what I've seen gone down over the last couple of years. Take the time to think about it. If you actually do your research and you're making sure to deliver something that players are looking for, if you're making sure not to beat them over the head with any social political messaging or anything like that, if you're selling the game at a fair price and you're budgeting that game the right way, there's a good chance that you're going to make your money back. But with a live service game, you're going to spend the same amount of time, same amount of money making a game that you need to put out for free to be able to get players in the first place. And you don't even know if it's going to be successful. There's so many factors that could work against you that are outside of your control that could go wrong. What if the economy gets flipped upside down? People don't have the time to spend on a live service game. They can't keep up with the grind. They can't spend on the microtransactions. What if another game comes out around the same time that you didn't know anything about, and all of a sudden they take all of your audience and now you're left with nothing? That's happened to a lot of games. What if trends?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, you do need to think a little bit up front about how you're going to go. I think, making a live service game is something that you'd probably want to do after you make or after you make the first couple of games and actually like establish something. Like make a bunch of make a single player game and then make like a multiplayer game, and then and then your third game, if the first two did good, then and you've already established like a fan base, you could do something like that. But it's just interesting to me that these companies are kind of like making all the same mistakes Hollywood has been, and I guess it's because they're being run by the same people now. Hold on, I think somebody's knocking.
It's changed because Lord knows you guys are never ahead of the curve in the first place, and all of a sudden people aren't interested in whatever kind of game that you're putting out. Why is winning the lottery becoming the default option for some of these companies to find sustainability? What are you doing? You just lost $300 million on live service games. You had Avalanche take 4 years to make a game that made you $1 billion. You have a bunch of executives that are sitting in a room looking at a bear trap and going, you know what? I'm going to stick my dick in that. That sounds like a good idea. What are you doing, man? They are the Suicide Squad. They're here to drive your company straight off a cliff. Every choice that their leadership has made has never had the customer in mind. It's never even had the brand's identity or the brand's integrity in mind. They're just haphazardly following the leader when it comes to the rest of the industry, because none of these career CEOs have an original bone in their body. They're always.
This is why, I mean, like I'm glad he's saying these things, because I have very similar observations in my video essay, and that is why we've got the game developer industry mind triangle with the passion, talent, ability, and then money. And sadly, the people that are all the way over here aren't collaborating with the people over here. So I feel like I'm on the right track with that. And I talk about the mind triangle, and then we talk about minimum viable product and requirements, because these are software industry terms. Okay. Lack of innovation. Money minds don't understand innovation. Okay. In fact, let me pull this over here while I read it. There we go.
It's just following somebody else, copying somebody else's homework because they themselves do not know what to do. It's as simple as that. Oh, microtransactions? Well, we're going to put those in. Oh, live service is making money. Well, we're going to try that too. Oh, there's a new trend. Well, we're going to follow that. There's no iteration. There's no innovation. How do you expect to find success? How do you expect to get better? You can't. What am I talking about? This is Hollywood. That's exactly what they do. WB Games isn't just failing because of bad business decisions, it's failing because it no longer operates like a video game company. It's been completely hijacked by Hollywood at this point, infected with the same risk-adverse, trend-chasing, creatively bankrupt mindset that's been running the film industry into the ground for the past decade. These people do not understand games, they don't respect games, and most...
Yeah, that's the other point, is gone are the days of these big entertainment companies being able to set trends with something new and original. Now they're too busy chasing trends, and it shows. Which is, is there anything worth the dang coming out from in the movies in the next year or two? Maybe like the last Dune. Anything else?
Most importantly, they don't even know how to let their studios succeed. Instead of nurturing their studios, giving them the space they need to be able to create original ideas, or even just let them build strong standalone franchises, WB has shackled them to fleeting relevance of their movie and comic book IPs. There's a reason why some of the greatest studios in the industry are the ones that forge their own path. From Software, Nintendo, Capcom, even companies like Larian and Grinding Gear Games. They don't need to wait for a movie success to be able to dictate their next project. They create their own success. They make their success. But WB, they are slaves to their film division. WB's entire creative output is dictated by whatever comic book adaptation, movie reboot, or soulless franchise extension is currently being pushed by Hollywood. If a movie flops, the game is going to flop. If the franchise loses relevance, the studio is out of work. You can't build a successful gaming division like this. Look at what happened with Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. There was no reason for this game to exist other than the fact that WB had a Suicide Squad movie in development and thought that this could ride on brand recognition. But Suicide Squad wasn't exactly a beloved household name. It wasn't Spider-Man, it wasn't Batman, it wasn't the Avengers. WB has spent years desperately trying to turn the DC universe into something as big as the Marvel's MCU, but their movies have never had the same impact. They've never built the same goodwill. They've never had the same level of interest. What's funny is that while even Marvel-related superhero games have also struggled the past few years outside of Spider-Man and the recent hit in Marvel Rivals. So when Rocksteady, a studio known for meticulously crafted single-player Batman games, was suddenly forced to make a live-service looter shooter about Suicide Squad, it was already doomed. The movie itself wasn't even a major hit, so what makes them think a cringe-filled, trend-chasing live-service looter shooter was going to appeal to anyone? This was a Hollywood decision, not a gaming decision. Nobody at Rocksteady pitched this idea. Nobody at WB Games, if left to their own devices, would have made this their next project. This was purely a case of a game being made to sync up with a movie release, and like clockwork, it backfired spectacularly. And Suicide Squad isn't the only casualty. Look at what happened with the canceled Flash game. WB had a Flash movie in the works. They greenlit the Flash game. The movie flopped. They canceled the game. That's how this company operates. They aren't making games to stand on their own. They're making products that are there to be able to support whatever's on their film slate.
Oh, that's a very, very good point. Yeah, they're, it used to be the other way around. It would be, like the Nintendo game, the Terminator Nintendo games came out a year or two after the movie did. Like, nobody was like, hey, we should make a Terminator video game when James Cameron was making the Terminator. No, that came later. And then a lot of the current games that are in the development pipeline fall into the category like he's talking about. They're releasing stuff to go along with the movie, and they greenlit the game because all they're doing is trying to capitalize on the hype and release of the movie. Not that they're setting out to make a good game. They're setting out to make another product that they think they can sell more of if it's released in tandem. Well, it's like one of the reasons why I'm doing this video essay and wanting to release it at the same time with the Skyrim music video. I'm going to have everybody's attention, let me go ahead and we'll give them a short form video. Let's give them a long form video and see if they stick around and like what I have to say, right? Because that's the kind of content I want to be making anyway. Anyway, I'll stop right.
If a game studio's entire fate is tied to whether or not the latest DC movie or WB movie,
he's taken a very, very, very different tact from the way that I'm approaching this, and that's great because that means I'm not like ripping off anybody, or we're not super similar. I think I'm more about talking about how the process, like where things are breaking down in the process, right? Because you could have procedures and stuff where people got to there was equal distribution between the game development mind triangle, and we use Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as an example of that happening. The money didn't get in the way. Decisions were kind of there just to support the passion and the talent and the ability, not dictate to the passion and the talent and the ability what they should be doing, right? Okay.
performs well, then how the hell are any of these studios supposed to survive? They didn't even realize they were looking the gift horse in the mouth, because this is exactly why Rocksteady's Arkham series was so successful, because it wasn't tied to the movies. It wasn't piggybacking off of Christopher Nolan's Batman films. It was its own thing. It was a game-first vision of Batman, built from the ground up with mechanics, storytelling, and world design to fit that medium. But WB doesn't seem to understand that anymore. Instead of letting their studios define whatever their own creative vision is, they are assigning them whatever IP needs a game at the moment. That's how Monolith, a studio that revolutionized open world design with the Nemesis system with Shadow of Mordor, ended up making a Wonder Woman game. Now, I'm not saying that Wonder Woman is a bad character for a video game, but under WB, this was never going to work. A Hollywood-driven Wonder Woman game made by an American studio for an audience that overwhelmingly consists of young men, published by WB Games. This had disaster written all over it. Nobody wanted this game, nobody asked for this game, and in all likelihood, Monolith didn't even want to make it. WB had a DC-shaped hole in their release schedule, and they just shoved Monolith into it. If this game ever would have saw the light of day, it 100% would have turned into yet another strong female protagonist lecture disguised as a video game, because that's how Hollywood sees Wonder Woman. For me, the only way that a Wonder Woman game would have worked is if it was made by a studio that understood how to handle action, spectacle, and combat systems that really make the character feel powerful. Someone like, Platinum Games, maybe under the direction of Yoko Taro, where the gameplay actually sells the fantasy of being an unstoppable warrior, but WB would have never gone in that direction because, well, they don't want a game that delivers on fantasy. They would rather have a game that would reinforce a message. And this is the nail in the coffin for me, because I don't think that WB Games really has much of a future. It has no identity beyond their IP. It's not a creative powerhouse. It's not a innovative publisher. It's just a marketing arm for WB Discovery and whatever they're trying to push. Their developers have no freedom, and they're shackled to the debt of their parent company. That's why there's no room for mistakes. That's why they're hemorrhaging money, closing studios, and turning IPs into cheap cash grabs. Because at the end of the day, WB Discovery doesn't make games. They're making excuses. So we know that Suicide Squad...
Yeah, it's like, and now it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, now because they're not making as much money as they had projected, they're going to like green light more projects that are, just quick cash grabs, like the, hey, let's make a game to release with our movie. They're going to make more decisions like that, which in turn is going to cost them more money. and then their losses will be even more because they're just in a downward spiral. Like there's no change. It's like they're still doing the same thing. Yeah, I guess that's just where yeah, so I guess that's the thing. I'm just going over this in my head because I will be updating the writing on this, and I think it'll be important to because because one of the things that I'm advocating for is that the people that are really passionate and they've got a lot of talent and ability, but they're not good with business or money, they need to spend a little bit of time trying to get good with business or money, because I think that's the way things will change. There, and then the people with money need to learn to back off a little bit and not look down on the people who aren't good with money but have a lot of passion, talent, or artistic ability. And when I say look down, we show that in these quotes here. John Riccitiello, saying, only idiots don't monetize. Riccitiello has previously said in an interview that developers who don't think about monetization early on are effing idiots. So he scoffs at these people instead of being in a collaborative relationship, instead of we should get these folks to understand certain concepts or whatever of the business needs. It's just they're dumb. There's no training. All right, let's finish the video essay.
Kills the Justice League had journal entries from Lex Luthor that were talking about how Wonder Woman had to suffer through toxic masculinity. The horror. I know. We also know that Monolith had retooled the Nemesis system to be about friendship in the next game for Wonder Woman. When they forced that studio to make the Wonder Woman game and ditch the game that they were making before, they forced out all of the top talent that they had that had built that studio to what it was. Those guys went over. They're now working on a Black Panther game for a new studio that they created. How do you think ideas like that Wonder Woman game, how do you think that ideas like the Suicide Squad game come into these studios? What ends up happening, and I guarantee a lot of you guys have been through this before. Have you ever been at a company that had a big leadership shakeup where people left and then executive management came in and they were the one calling the shots? They were the one trying to influence the direction of everything. Where before, your boss would give you the freedom to be able to do your job the best way that you could get it done, the highest quality way that you could get it done. They let you get away with quite a lot of things. Corporate comes in, you can't even breathe without them noticing. Then what they do is by the time they actually get out of there and they stop messing around with everything, completely derailing the way that things are made, well, the next person they put in place is somebody that shares their values, shares their ideas, and shares their perspective, shares their vision. That's what happened to these studios. They had incredible leadership. They had incredible talent at these studios. However, the Hollywood minds and the Hollywood corporates pushed these guys out and replaced them with fucking skinwalkers that are making games based on whatever they want up at the top. And that's the reflection of what you're getting in these games now. So not
Well, I mean, they've got tons and tons of money, and there's plenty of people that want to be making video games. So to get their resume built up, they join companies like that and work on games like that. So I think he's not really. That's another reason why I'm glad I'm separating out the different mind groups that way, because the way he's phrasing this almost makes it sound like there's nobody over there that's passionate about video games. They're all just intentionally making slop, and I don't. That's definitely not the case. There's people that are making ends meet with the job like that.
guys out and replace them with fucking skinwalkers that are making games based on whatever they want up at the top. And that's the reflection of what you're getting in these games now. So not only are they inundated with all of this horrible monetization, microtransaction, live service, all of that nonsense, but you're also getting their perspective, their vision of what they want the world to look like and how they want to preach to players, and all of that stuff all runs downhill and into these games. This is the story of a publisher where everything is going wrong all at once, all over the place. They weren't built for sustainability, or at least they're not building for sustainability anymore. They're not making games for the players anymore. They're not giving their creatives any space to actually be creative or anything like that. And on top of that, they have forced out all of their talent and replaced them with clones more than anything else. The only studio that they have that is still its original nuts and bolts right now is Avalanche. And to be honest with you, it's not going to be very long before they won't have them either. Why would they? If they've already done it to these other studios, it's going to happen to this one too eventually. Success only lasts so long. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I did. I enjoy researching these kind of things. If you guys did enjoy the video, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it to your friends. Comment down below. Let me know what favorite games these guys made for you and what you think of their future and what you think is going to happen next. I do not foresee good things for them. Not at all.
Okay. What is this a link to his video?
Don't make fun of me for the
It
minor sunburn.
This must be what those card things are that I see when you upload a video to YouTube. You have a chance to add a card. This is it. I never see it on my mobile, but it's good to know what this thing actually looks like. What is Marathon? Well, let's see what else this guy's got. I have not yet watched the Marathon video. I was thinking of doing that because I just don't feel 100% right now. I'd much rather just kick it and hang out with people. You should watch that now. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. That would be a perfect tie-in. Okay, let's do it.
Don't make fun of me for the minor sunburn. I looked out the window for 5 seconds and this was the result of it. But it's been wild for me to sit back and watch as people have been visibly confused over the reception of Bungie's upcoming game, Marathon. And I've seen writers, I've seen journalists, I've seen commentators and content creators and fans all sitting back going, I'm just so sick of how toxic things have been.
Oh, the one you sent me on Discord? Oh, okay. Hold on. That she sent me on Discord. Where in Discord? Phoebus, I don't think you sent me stuff in Discord? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I mean, the last video that you sent me was the most stealable mechanics from tabletop RPG. Like that's the last thing I see from you. Oh, there we go. This one. Oh, my bad. Okay, we're gonna do this one. Okay, here we go. Game in development. Content subject to change. Internet connection and online multiplayer subscription may be required. The following contains flashing light patterns may impact photosensitive individuals. Not actual gameplay. Okay, so it's a trailer thing. So this is I should only expect to be told about what the world and the setting and maybe get a hint of what the gameplay looks like. Oh no. Oh no. Something was floating. Oh, people are like grabbing their heads, freaking out. Oh my goodness. Oh, so it's like a whole short film.
I met a traveler from an antique land who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it strove to well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, lifeless things. And the heart that fed.
Welcome once again. Once again. How's the new shell? How's the new shell feeling?
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion. Like $1 trillion.
Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder. Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know. Do you mind if we skip the formalities this time? Got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's proceed with your grounding exercise. Are you familiar with this item?
That's my lucky charm. Yeah. It's supposed to be my lucky charm.
Is it going to be a team shooter? This is Bungie's take at the looter shooter genre at a live service game.
Can you identify her?
Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mother. Your mother.
Now, consider this. Do you recognize this child?
Who are you? I don't know.
It's you.
What? Really?
Hey, what's that you always tune into? Worth anything?
I don't know, but
Oh, that I recognize that voice actress. She's done a lot of cartoons.
I like it. It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ever wonder what happened to these people?
It's not my business.
And this music is. You'll have a tough time finding a buyer.
Good. It's not for sale. Give it to me.
Oh no! Hey Noob Fever, we are checking out this marathon, which is a short film introducing the setting of a new game by Bungie.
And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Despair. Nothing beside remain. Nothing beside remain. Round the decay of that colossal wreck. Round the decay of that boundless wreck. Boundless, alone and level sands stretch far away.
Okay, thanks for sharing this, Phoebus. I'll check out their webpage after this.
Do you recognize this child?
I don't know. Is that me?
Oh, cool credits. You can get away with doing that now since there's a lot of handheld screens out there. Let's check out, I'm sure there's a link to the Marathon website here. Here's the gameplay overview trailer. And then there's a gameplay highlights trailer. Okay, well that one's not available anymore. This one is a...
You kind of feel the blood pumping. Got him, got him, got him. Down them all again and 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 again.
This is a new world. This is a different take on an extraction shooter.
No! No, let me get out! It's game changing. It is literally game changing. Oh, we are bringing some money in this time. Quick read. Oh, little shrub lady compound over there.
A hostile unit is calling for reinforcements.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Okay, so it's team competitive.
Dead one. I hit one for the kill, but I'm down 2. Oh,
Okay.
I wasn't sure.
All we gotta keep progress on the res.
Alright, you're up.
Good stuff.
And you play objectives. That makes sense.
Are they where we got down? Nice.
Oh yeah. By the way, Noob Fever. Hi. I think I might have mentioned that earlier. We're I'm not feeling 100% today. So we're just taking it easy and checking out some content. I think what we'll do after. In fact, I mean this pretty much gives me a good idea for the gameplay. That could be fun. It's interesting. I mean, hopefully they do a really good job with it. It is, it does seem like more and more. It looks it's going to be a live service game, right? So you have to like buy it, and then you have to buy the battle pass, right? Like, and you got to keep buying, and you got to buy the battle pass every couple of months, and now I get why a business would want to create a game where people continually give them money. World of Warcraft was a huge success, and they made I'm sure they made their money back and then some. Yeah, and I guess if anybody's gonna pull it off, it's gonna be Bungie. This is like, the new version. Like, okay, Rainbow Six Siege came out a long time ago, and since then, like, Cyberpunk came out, and Cyberpunk's really popular. So let's make Cyberpunk Rainbow Six Siege, basically. Okay, I can dig it. If the gameplay's fun. It just depends on how much they're gonna be charging. Like, I could just load up Rainbow Six Siege again. Well, the cinematic was great. So Marathon doesn't make sense. Let's see what this guy has to say about Marathon not making sense. And while that's happening, let me see something here. Can we do something here? I want to see if I can set it up to where you folks will just see a browser, and I won't be sharing any of my screens. That way I can work on stuff in the background. What we'll call this watch window. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, that is not what we want. There's browser, display capture, window capture. Yes. Okay, and we're going to call this video capture. He looks very sad where he's paused right there. Video window. And now what I'm trying to do is, this is called Marathon Doesn't Make Any Sense, right there. Okay. Let me hit OK here. Okay, there we go. Okay, now let me just check something real quick. If I move this over here. Okay, good. You can't see it if it moves over there. Okay. But if it's minimized. Oh, I gotta uncheck that. So if I did this, you wouldn't see it at all. Okay, good. Okay. That is letting me. So I'm gonna try to be productive for a little bit. It's just been really off today. We're gonna check out some videos, and I'll leave commentary and stuff. I like checking out all this this industry stuff. It interests me. So we'll be checking that out and kicking it, and I will be applying to some jobs. Doing a little bit of a job hunt while we're kicking it with the live stream. So if you folks are out there working and you're on the grind, then just know that I am desperately trying to get back and join you. Get back into the workforce. So I'm going to start checking some. I got some emails, and then I got the LinkedIn, and I got to do the ZipRecruiter and all that other kind of stuff. And I just signed up with a recruiting agency, so I got to go line stuff up with them too. Had some success with them in the past, so we will see. But without further ado, this guy, we just got done watching the thing for a marathon. It looked, it looked like I said, a cyberpunk Rainbow Six Siege, which is fine. I'm not, you have my attention. We'll see if it becomes the next big thing.
Don't make fun of me for the minor sunburn. I looked out the window for 5 seconds and this was the result of it. But it's been wild for me to sit back and watch as people have been visibly confused over the reception of Bungie's upcoming game, Marathon. And I've seen writers, I've seen journalists, I've seen commentators and content creators and fans all sitting back going, I'm just so sick of how toxic things have become. How could you be so critical of something that's not even out yet? It's almost like we haven't been, for the better part of the last decade, watching as these companies have been torching their reputation at both ends, while also at the exact same time bending these players over backwards, taking advantage of them. You want these guys to be optimistic? What? Marathon doesn't have an uphill battle. It has a mountain to climb, and that's not a mountain that the players put there. That's an obstacle Bungie put there. It's not that Marathon as a game conceptually can't find an audience. I do think an audience is there for it. How big that is, that's a completely different story. But its biggest issues aren't tied to the game. It's tied to Bungie. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about the negative discourse that's surrounding Marathon right now. I want to talk about why it is the way that it is. I want to talk about how Sony and Bungie have essentially clipped its wings before it can even fly. And I'd like to talk about whether or not Marathon can run or fall flat on its face. Spoiler, it's going to be a little bit of both. Just last week, Bungie finally pulled back the curtain on their upcoming extraction shooter, Marathon, a name that echoes from the depths of the studio's past. For those that are unfamiliar, Marathon wasn't just one of Bungie's earliest projects, it was their beginning. Originally developed for the Mac in the mid-90s, the Marathon trilogy gave Bungie its first taste of recognition, but it also nearly killed them. One of the games in the series was shipped with a critical error that, no exaggeration, was wiping players' hard drives upon installation. The backlash for this was catastrophic. Bungie was drowning in returns and on the verge of bankruptcy, and to survive, they ended up cutting a deal with Microsoft, and in exchange for covering the damages, Bungie would develop a new project for Microsoft and their upcoming console, the original Xbox. That project was Halo. So in a way, Marathon was both the origin of Bungie's fame and their near-death experience that then forced them into pivoting into a franchise that made them into legends. Now here we are 3 decades later, they're dusting off that legacy and they're gambling with fate all over again. Now this new Marathon, controversially enough, is set to be a 3-player squad-based PvEVP extraction shooter. Players are going to be taking on the role of runners, humans that have abandoned their mortal bodies, for sleek cybernetic shells chasing fame and fortune across the ruins of Tau Ceti. After a mysterious calamity had wiped out the planet's researchers, corporations had stepped in, sponsoring these runners to come in and scavenge whatever's left. Tech, data, secrets, whatever they can get their hands on. Players are going to battle with hostile AI sentinels, alien threats, and other squads in a race to, well, extract before being wiped out. Bungie has also gone on to hint a little bit more at larger scale events as well. Boss encounters, dungeons, maybe even some Destiny-style raids if we're lucky that might be hiding underneath the surface of this game. Now, on paper, this should have been a slam dunk. A major studio with one of the strongest FPS pedigrees in all of gaming, reviving a long-dormant IP, creating a very distinct-looking sci-fi world within a genre that really isn't all that overcrowded. 5 or 6 years ago, I think this would have lit the gaming world on fire, but times have changed, my friends, and this game's reception couldn't have been any colder. Instead of hype, the announcement was met with skepticism, sarcasm, and exhaustion. Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, go ahead and pick your platform. Doesn't really matter where you're looking because very few players were impressed and even fewer were optimistic. Day over day, as more information has been revealed, the backlash against both Bungie and Marathon has only gotten worse. I think the first red flag of this reveal was the genre itself. Marathon is a hero-based extraction shooter. That alone is going to raise some eyebrows. While Bungie definitely has a long history of being praised for its PvP in Halo and Destiny, what's truly made them who they are is their PvE content. Say what you will about Destiny's monetization and its seasonal bloat. Believe me, we'll talk about that later. But there is a reason why their raids and dungeons are considered the gold standard for MMO-styled action combat. Beyond that, keep in mind that this game doesn't seem to have any narrative and it's not going to feature any type of PvE cooperative modes, yet Bungie has built their entire empire on cinematic storytelling, memorable characters, and finely tuned cooperative play. So this sudden pivot into a genre that appeals to a completely different audience of player just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't align with what their audience wants. It feels like trend chasing, plain and simple. And on top of that, the extraction shooter genre is brutal. There are really only, 2 success stories that we have, Escape from Tarkov and Hunt Showdown. Nearly every other attempt has face planted after launch because these games are niche by design. They're not meant to be easily digestible or streamlined experiences. Their very appeal lies in their punishing loops, the tension, the messiness, the lack of hand-holding. The moment that you try to sand off the edges to appeal to a broader audience, you kill what makes these games special. Simplify the loot and the game feels hollow. Add revives and you cut the stakes. Throw in flashy abilities and you undermine player skill. Any of these changes tells fans of that genre that this studio doesn't understand what they're building, and Bungie is already making all of those changes. I mean, case in point, there's no proximity chat in Marathon because according to Bungie, it would be way too toxic. I am so sick of this, by the way. This constant desire to soften and sanitize the edges of every gaming experience. This isn't making games safer, it's making them less interesting. The only thing that's safe about them is nobody's going to be playing them. In an extraction shooter, proximity chat isn't just flavor, it's function. It creates emergent, unforgettable moments. I cannot tell you guys how many times I've run into another player while playing Escape from Tarkov, adrenaline pumping, we're awkwardly trying to negotiate a ceasefire. Maybe we part ways peacefully, maybe we actually team up, maybe we betray each other in the next 5 minutes. That tension, that unpredictability, that's what makes this genre. Bungie stripping it out in the name of safety shows that either they don't get it or they're too afraid to embrace it. Now, if that wasn't enough, and I really love this part, I love when these developers do this, but when fans were asking if the game would include more PvE-focused content, maybe offer some options down the road for players that want something more cooperative over competitive encounters, Bungie responded with everybody's favorite line, "This game isn't made for you," telling fans of Destiny PvE that they don't recommend Marathon to them. Seriously, that's the message that you guys want to be sending to the Destiny community. The same people that have funded the game that you're making right now through years of support, expansions, and microtransactions that they purchased in Destiny 2, Bungie isn't just ignoring their core audience here. They are actively alienating them. It is baffling to me how many of these studios continue to make the exact same mistake, treating genuine questions like they're nuisances instead of an opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, if Bungie was paying attention.
You know, one thing that I think would help the industry is if they actually said who the game was for. Right? It's like this is a game for people that love RPGs and like dialogue rich storylines, you know, like and instead of just who it's not, because that seems like exclusive, you know, in a way. Well, I guess I guess if you make a game that is for too large of an audience, like you're not, it's not going to have any like special defining characteristics to it, because you're trying to reach too far of an audience. You're just kind of spreading things out too thin. So I guess I should not be reading and thinking about this and applying for jobs at the same time. I lost my train of thought. Let me just keep this going, and I'm gonna keep focused on the job hunt for about 30 minutes, and enjoying these videos with you folks. If you are out there working from home or working remote as well.
And they would realize that players generally like the idea of a PvE focused experience where they can then take what they earn into a more high stakes PvP mode. It's the one thing that players have been waiting for and they've been wanting to get from Tarkov, and arguably Bungie has the better skill set to deliver. Imagine if having a co-op PvE exploration mode or narrative mode where you can go and build your wealth, skill, and arsenal, and then go and take that into an extraction mode where there's more risk, where there's more reward, where the challenge is even greater. Players want that. That sounds like a great game that a lot of people would want to play. I do not understand how you miss a layup like this. Now you're sitting there saying to yourself, it just can't get any worse. LD, it can't get worse. Baby, it's 2025. Of course it can. Marathon, while only launching with 6 playable characters and 3 maps, is not going to be free to play. It's a premium title. And not only will players have to pay up front, the game will also launch with battle passes, microtransactions, and premium content. Bungie said it would be a premium product, and through their official Marathon Twitter later then clarified, saying that it won't be full price and details will come later, likely pointing to Sony's strategy of pricing live service titles around $40 like Helldivers 2, Foam Stars, and Concord, noticing that only one of those games survived. Now, I've seen a lot of people trying to defend this, and I got something to say to you, by the way. People making comparisons to Helldivers 2, you clearly haven't played it. That game earned its $40 price tag through ethical monetization and great gameplay. Every cosmetic, every battle pass, every microtransaction in Helldivers 2 can be earned through gameplay. Their battle passes don't expire. The grind is fair. Players feel respected. That's the key. Bungie, on the other hand, has one of the worst reputations in the entire industry for monetization. Between Destiny 2's constantly shifting economy, disappearing content, and overpriced cosmetics, there is no reason at all to believe that Marathon will offer anything close to the level of goodwill of Helldivers 2. Sony saw the success of Helldivers 2 and took the wrong lesson. They saw the price point, not the philosophy behind it. I guess at least we can say that Sony did learn one good lesson from Helldivers 2, and they will not be requiring players to have a PlayStation account on PC or Xbox to be able to play Marathon. So what's my take on all of this? Honestly, I like these kind of games. I genuinely do. I dig the aesthetic. The world looks really intriguing, and I know Bungie's gunplay is still some of the best in the business. With that said, I'm incredibly skeptical whether or not they can pull this off. I do not like the hero shooter angle. Those character designs look painfully weak. The gameplay looks painfully slow. They are charging a premium price. They are known for predatory monetization, and they are already making compromises on what makes this sort of game special. You guys are entering into one of the most competitive and unforgiving markets in this industry. The bodies of dead live service games stretch as high as the unemployment lines are long, and you're making a bet on a genre that has far more casualties than it does successes. But you guys think you can do it better. I feel like this is just another chapter in this industry's ongoing identity crisis. We've reached the tail end of the Battle Royale boom. These publishers are now scrambling, trying to figure out what comes next. Extraction shooters, to them, seem like the next big experiment, but I don't think they're it. They're just too niche for a broad audience, and broad audiences aren't what Bungie is trying to target. Most players are going to lean hard in either one side or the other, either PvE or PvP focused games. Forcing both of them together narrows that appeal, and any compromise that you're going to make to try to cater to one side or the other ultimately will ruin this game for everyone. Now, that's not to say that Marathon can't find success, but I do think the kind of success that Bungie and Sony are banking on is a fantasy, especially if they're charging a premium price on top of battle passes and microtransactions. You're putting up a paywall around a game that lives or dies by player engagement. It makes no sense to me. You are actively pushing away the very people that might have just tried the game out of curiosity, people who might have liked it, stuck around, and maybe even brought their friends with them. Now, I realize this is going to be a relatively cold take, but I just do not see the logic in charging an upfront cost for something that is effectively a free-to-play model. When your business depends on keeping players around for the long term, the only thing that matters is how many people you can get in the door and how long you can keep them there. I'm going to tell it to you guys straight. I think a lot of people are preaching platitudes when it comes to this game. I think that Sony spent $400 million on Concord. How much are they willing to spend on a Bungie live service title? I would guarantee there's some serious cash that flew into this. Not only that, but they spent $3 billion acquiring that company. They cannot afford for this game to be niche, but that's exactly what this game is going to be, because that's just what this genre is. And keep in mind, the Destiny 2 has not been financially viable, or at least not as profitable as Sony needed it to be when they purchased Bungie for that $3 billion. So, yeah, this can't be a niche game. It needs to be a breakout hit. They need it to be a Helldivers 2. They need it to be a Marvel Rivals or even something bigger than that, and maintain that speed, not just have it fall off after a week or two or something like that. This already looks like a high-risk gamble in a genre that just cannot compete with the kind of numbers that both Sony and Bungie are going to be looking for. And you're already giving players plenty of reasons not to even try the game, let alone play it. I'm just saying try it, or even be interested in it. $40 for a live service game with all of the trappings, no proximity chat? What are you guys thinking? Who's making these decisions? You know, ironically, if I was a publisher and I wanted to make a profitable live service game, you know what I would make? Destiny. But just not Destiny or Warframe. I think there is a general, genuine hunger from players that want an MMO-light action RPG experience that doesn't have players that have 10 years of experience in front of them. They want a even start. They want to be on the ground level with everybody else. And I think that the First Descendant showed that. I think that it also showed that if your game's not good, the players aren't going to stick around. But I think that showed a general hunger for something in the live service market that isn't there right now, or at least players aren't seeing that's there. And for Marathon, I just don't see that same kind of draw. And I don't think this game is going to make its money back. I just don't see it happening. Now, with that said, I still think that this launch is going to be a big deal. Bungie's name still carries weight. We're talking about the people that made Halo and Destiny. And for a lot of people, that's all you're going to need. There are going to be people that are going to line up to buy this game just off of the name alone. Not a lot of people are involved in these kind of conversations. We saw the same kind of thing with Assassin's Creed Shadows, though we don't necessarily know exactly how profitable or how popular that game actually is. But it makes a lot of sense as to why people would be confused by the general discourse surrounding Marathon right now. They see the negativity, they see the identity politics and things like that, the heavy-handed criticisms, and they all look at it and ask, you know, why are you rooting for something to fail that's not even out yet? And I think boiling down all that into toxicity and ideological hate misses the point entirely. People do not trust Bungie, and people do not trust Sony. And you're putting them in the same room together. And that's not...
Oh my gosh, that is such a good point. I forgot that Bungie's had some controversies over the years. I definitely know about Sony's, though.
A good combination. That's not what players are looking for. And I think that this game is going to show them. It is going to... Both of these companies are going to suffer the consequences of taking advantage of the very players that they need for this game to succeed. Trust has been a reoccurring theme in some of my recent videos, and Marathon might be the best case study yet that we've seen for what happens to a studio when it's burned through it entirely. What the media, publishers, developers, and even other players often miss out on, it's not just the tone that matters when it comes to criticism, it's the source. Where is all of this unrest coming from? As a studio, your foundation for your next game should be the players that you already have. You build trust with them, you reward their loyalty, you grow from there. You do not abandon them to go chase an audience that you never even had, especially when that audience that you do have is already skeptical. But that's exactly what Bungie is doing here, because I don't think that Destiny players want Marathon, and I don't think the outsiders looking in are any more convinced after seeing how Bungie treats its own customers and their staff. They have turned their reputation into a currency, and they've spent all of it. Sure, some criticisms may be hyperbolic, and yeah, in today's political climate, it's easy to fall back.
That was a really good line. Let's listen to that again. That was really well written.
And their staff. They have turned their reputation into a currency, and they've spent all of it. Sure.
They have turned their reputation into a currency, and they have spent all of it. That is what the industry has been going on for a while now. Is that they've spent all of that currency. I think I was talking to Phoebus about it the other day. Phoebus said, gone are the days of people throwing a few $1 million at a Kickstarter because somebody has a nice slide deck and some good concept art. Good, right? Maybe we're gonna go. Maybe the things are getting so bad that the people that typically don't, they'll just buy some. They're not like enthusiasts. They don't follow gaming. They don't go to gaming websites or anything like that. I think the industry's been dependent on those types of people to see some big game display when they're out there shopping and pick up a copy of it or something like that. And now those types of purchasers and customers are skeptical of the things that are coming out. So it's interesting to see the industry, the current state of the industry. Would be the first time that the video game industry in America would be going through something. But I think it's never been a better time to be an indie dev.
Some criticisms may be hyperbolic, and yeah, in today's political climate, it's easy to fall back on ideological explanations, but let's set all of that aside for a second. Look at what's actually going on here. Let's look at the history here. Look at Destiny 2. Why would anyone trust Bungie? Why would anyone want to get excited for their next game? Destiny 2 brought with it a slow, relentless shift into predatory monetization. In-game rewards were stripped away and moved into the Eververse store. Then came content vaulting, an entire expansion that players had paid for, removed from the game. No refunds, no apologies, no real benefit for the players. Then they started sunsetting weapons that players had grinded for, invalidating progress, all in the name of balance, only for them to reverse course on that later. Then Sony bought them for $3.6 billion. Players were promised. They were told that things would get better, more transparency, faster content, better communication. Instead, monetization got worse, content got buggier, and the development cycle slowed to a crawl. Then came the layoffs. Sony started gutting the studio, cutting narrative leads and veteran developers. The same people who built what fans loved were then tossed aside. Reports of crunch, discrimination, and a toxic workplace then followed. Lawsuits then after that, all coming from a studio that constantly paraded around its progressive values in public, but apparently all for nothing. And after all of that, what do players get? They got Lightfall, a broken, bloated, recycled expansion that felt more like filler and cost the same as a full-price title. Let's not forget that this is the same Bungie that charges $150 for a free-to-play game, though Steam estimates it'll cost you over $450 if it's not all in a bundle for Destiny 2. There are battle passes, paid dungeons, cosmetic bundles, event cards, paywalled expansions, and a $60 expansion cycle. While it definitely seems that the game's latest expansion was received well, why would players be excited for anything that Bungie then puts out after this? They don't trust them, and frankly, they shouldn't. There's no loyalty left, no goodwill, just the appearance of a studio that's looking for new ways to squeeze the last few dollars out of whoever's left around. This is one of the reasons why they keep losing players, and when you treat players like disposable wallets, you can't be surprised when they treat your next project like a joke. Bungie and Sony are gambling with their franchises, betting everything on growth, on shareholder satisfaction, on live service revenue, but you don't build trust by gambling. You build it with respect. And right now, that respect is gone. And look, I get it. I know that the discourse around games has gotten more toxic, but so has the way that players have been treated. Studios are demanding more money, offering less value, and when players push back, they're dismissed, they're mocked, they're told that this game isn't made for you. This isn't about ideology. This is the direct result of corporate bloat, of chasing endless growth in an industry that's already overextended. Eventually, you're going to hit a ceiling. You're going to outpace your own audience, and when you can't pull in any more players, the only thing that's left to do is to bleed the ones that you already have dry. How can you blame these players for being skeptical or negative when they're treated this way? I mean, if we take the time to look at all these criticisms through a lens of distrust, it all starts to make sense. Take Marathon's character designs. I personally do not find them appealing. Nothing about them really grabs me, but I do understand what Bungie is going for here. This is a transhumanist universe where people have just given up on humanity. Think Cyberpunk 2077, but another 800 years later. These people have cycled through death and rebirth until the point that they don't even know who they are anymore. These characters aren't supposed to look human, masculine, or feminine because canonically, they've lost touch with that. And this is the point that I think a lot of people miss, is that nuance is lost on a skeptical audience. They are not going to assume the best, they're going to assume the worst. I've seen the accusations, the backlash about androgyny, the character designs, the questions about who's leading the project. Some of it is ideological, sure, without a doubt, but all of it? No. I don't think it's all about gender or identity. I think it's about trust. Players have been watching, they've been seeing this song and dance play out for years now. We've watched as countless studios have injected gender ideology as a smokescreen for weak design, for shallow writing. Players have been treated like they're problems that need to be fixed and educated, and now they're just going to assume the worst. When you break your bond with your community, when you break that trust that you had with them, even the thoughtful, creative choices that you make are going to get viewed through a lens of suspicion. That's the cost of cashing in on your reputation. That's the cost of breaking your trust. And Marathon is about to show the entire industry just how expensive that cost truly is. I want to illustrate this for you guys because I want people to really understand this. If we change the context of this conversation entirely, we look at a game like Elden Ring or any From Software title, really, these games are drenched in body horror, divine transformation, and identity collapse. Characters that are mutating into gods, into beasts, into nothing at all in some cases. While there is clearly masculine and feminine figures within their narratives, the overwhelming aesthetic in these games is androgynous, grotesque, and symbolic more than anything else. Even their character creator uses body type A and body type B rather than traditional gendered language. And yet, no outrage, no mass backlash, no claims of agenda or people that are trying to dissect screenshots frame by frame. Well, I guess in some cases with America. But why is this? It's because the audience trusts From Software. I genuinely feel like this is what so many people in the industry fail to understand. The backlash rarely starts from the content itself. It almost always starts from the studio behind it. When players feel respected and they feel like they can trust the developer's intentions, they're not going to be looking for reasons to criticize. They're invested. They want to believe. They want that game to succeed. But when that studio squanders that trust, players will scrutinize everything. They will attack everything because they are waiting to get burned again. I don't understand how industry veterans and writers are missing out on such an obvious shift in priorities from some of the most successful studios in this industry. Look at the studios that are out there that are earning goodwill right now. Larian Studios dropped one of the best RPGs that we've seen in years in Baldur's Gate 3. They sold it at a fair price. They packed it full of content, no microtransactions, no season passes, no DLC. Even when fans were begging for more content, what did Larian do? They added it for free. They refused to monetize their player trust. From Software, right now, they're making Elden Ring Night Reign. Fully multiplayer focused game, no cash shop, no battle passes or microtransactions. Hello Games has spent years now making No Man's Sky, adding more and more content to it even when players are begging to give them money. They are dropping massive updates for free, transforming it into something that players actually love. The result? Trust, loyalty, excitement. These studios, when they go to announce their next project, these players aren't going to question it. They're not going to brace themselves for disappointment. They are ready to believe, they want to believe it's going to be great. That's the difference. These developers understand that their audience isn't something to be manipulated, it's something to be earned. Now, this may come as a surprise to you guys, but a lot of people from the industry watch these videos. I get a lot of feedback from developers. Hell, I just recently talked to a CEO. You guys are going to be hearing more on that later this week. But if you work for Bungie and you found this video for whatever reason, know that this isn't out of bad faith or anything like that. This is just genuine criticism, and I'm being realistic about the position that you guys are in. And you have to do something about that. I don't know how you're going to. The clock is ticking. The game releases in September, and you have to somehow undo what's been done. You have to somehow regain player trust for a new game, and I just personally don't think that's going to happen. Not with what these players, not with what Destiny players have been subjected to over the years. Bungie, in my eyes, is the ultimate betrayal for gamers. We're talking about a company that has always been on the cutting edge of game design. Some of the best shooters that are out there, some of the best memories that they've created for players worldwide. Yet at the exact same time, they are the least ethical studio, in my eyes, in the entire industry. And it's not even close. I've never seen players treated the way that Destiny players have been treated. I'm one of them. I'm never going to forgive you for taking away content that I paid for without asking. And, you know, I realize that the people to blame aren't necessarily the folks that are sitting at the desk that are working on these games. I guarantee there are some hardworking people that are working on Marathon right now, and to be honest with you, they don't deserve what's coming their way. You You know who does? The guy that's been spending money like crazy, the one that has $2 million worth of classic cars in his garage, and also on top of that, the company that spent $3 billion on that company. They're the problem in this situation. They're the ones that need to figure something out. I'm going to tell it to you guys straight. I don't think that Marathon is going to flop the same way that Concord did. I think that there's enough brand recognition, enough power. It's way more distinct. It looks cooler in general. I think people will give it a shot. Some people will give it a shot. But ultimately, looking at the kind of money that they need to make, keep in mind, Destiny 2 is not making the money that Sony needs Bungie to be making. They thought Destiny 2 was going to make more money than it did, and it's just consistently lost play.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Flame Mage. Like, you know, there's a lot of you know, negativity out there for live service games and free to play model and all that kind of stuff. But like, if people got to remember Warframe, like Warframe proves that you can do like their development. Oh no, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Hold on a second. Let me just write this down. Here, let me just, whoops. Warframe proves. Okay. Warframe proves that you can have a, you know, core gameplay loop and build on top of it while building customer base and user trust. Okay. Yeah, it's like there's like, I'm thinking that there'll be a new business model out there soon. Like, these things take years to make, and if you can, you know, if you can make progress towards those things, report and show progress on those things, then people will stick around. Let's do add to essay. All right. Okay. Well, we're at a good stopping point there. Let's see what's on next. Ooh, Asmon. Oh, do we want to hear what Asmon has to say? I think we do. He's an alright dude. I wish it's great that he is successful. He's got a pretty mild take about a bunch of things, and it's amazing to me that people really like what he has to say. It's you know, he's an alright dude. I don't mind listening to him. It's just crazy that he's so popular to me. Yeah, I don't want to say anything negative about the guy. I ain't trying to throw anybody no shade.
We're getting an expansion, not to Oblivion, not to Skyrim, but to Concord. I didn't expect it. Big surprise. Here we go.
So Bungie's got a new game set to release on September 23rd, 2025 called Marathon.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be this like co-op first-person shooter, extraction shooter sort of game. Players working together in what they're calling quote-unquote crews, which I believe go up to 3 people. So potentially you'll have like 2 teams of 3 going up against each other.
Yep.
And they define the gameplay loop as
it's an extraction shooter.
Gather as much loot as you can and make it out alive. The reception for this game is already rather tempered at best, but many are saying it looks worse than that. For example, saying it looks really boring, really bland, and uninspired, etc., etc. Well, in a Reddit post from the other day, on Sunday, April 13th, a Marathon dev came out with a statement addressing the issues that people have in his own special way, which you'll see in a moment.
That's good. I mean, I'm glad that they're listening.
While also mentioning that he is a dev who also worked on the one, the only, Concord. Before we read that, let's get some more context on the public reception. Here's some of the top comments from the trailer that I was just playing. Comments.
At the end of Marathon is layoffs. Oh boy. Here.
That's brutal.
There's a new marathon game out, then finding out it's a team-based extraction shooter took me from an elated high to a depressing depth so fast.
Oh wow, that was my sentiment exactly. I was just like, oh, they're getting into that genre. I was like, dang, like it really changed my outlook. Once I learned that it was going to be like Rainbow Six, I was like, really? You know, it's almost. I feel like I don't follow the games industry close enough to speculate. I can just tell you my reaction to it, and it was like, that they would be going after that genre. You know, hopefully they pull it off and it's amazing, but it's that's a tough crowd to please. But I could tell in the trailer that you know, when if you read the fine print on the marathon trailer, it was like, yeah, you might have to pay a monthly service fee or a subscription fee to play the game. And I'm like, yep, that's them going after that live service stuff.
Art style has changed a lot since the first trailer.
Oh, and Flame Age, Flame Age says they're coasting off old built-up goodwill and brand loyalty, and it's running aground fast. Yeah, very, very well said.
Oh.
Reading, at the end of the marathon is layoffs. Hearing that there's a new marathon game out and then finding out it's a team-based extraction shooter took me from such an elated high to such a depressing depth so fast that ancient Greeks are writing an epic poem about it. Art style has changed a lot since the first trailer. Back then, the teaser trailer embossed a gritty, surreal, and unforgiving feeling.
Yeah, the original one was pretty good.
The least.
I liked
this
it.
trailer felt arcadey, plasticky, and casual. A very different feeling compared to the teaser trailer. This is quite conflicting, to be honest. And I love how the general vibe in the comments is that everyone's just really underwhelmed. All right, with that context,
I don't think, like, the weird thing about Marathon is that I feel like very few people are super positive about Marathon. There are some people who are like, this looks good, but I feel like there's been a lot of people that are really negative about it, and there's been some people that are like kind of on the fence, and people that are just kind of negative, but there are very few people that are like super hyped, right? And I do find that to be, I mean, that matters.
Let's hop over to the Reddit post from the Marathon dev, who's also an ex-Concord dev. And I'll be joining you over there in VTuber mode. Hopefully you saw yesterday's video where I briefly mentioned what's going on with
Destiny
that.
players
but
will
super
play
ultra quick TLDR. I'll be doing some videos in part with my VTuber model, maybe entirely with the VTuber model.
The thing is with like Destiny is that I feel like you're going to get people. It's the same as like anytime Blizzard made a new game, people would play the new game, but that doesn't mean that the new game is going to like really last for a long period of time.
Or maybe not using the model at all. It kind of just depends, but the idea is it'll help me make more videos, get more content out there. And on top of that, it can also just help me get videos done more efficiently because, to be quite frank, it's less editing when I use the VTuber model. I noticed yesterday, like, I got that video done way quicker than usual. Not that my videos are highly edited to begin with. I'm not saying that. But regardless, more efficiency is still a good thing. Okay, with that all said, we're over here on Reddit with the title, Former Firewalk/Concord Dev Talks Marathon.
Oh,
yeah, you know it's going to be good. Hey all, former Firewalk Studios dev here. I've been a long-time lurker for many years and rarely post to Reddit/any social in regards to what is going on with my life as a developer/artist. After reading the comments about Marathon being Concord 2.0 on Reddit, YouTube, and Twitch, I just wanted to share a little insight into what a 40-year-old man is feeling after dedicating a large portion of his life to making video games.
You're not going to address the elephant in the room for why people think Concord and Marathon look the same. This is the problem that the professional gaming space has. They won't say what the problem is. Everybody knows what the problem is, but they don't want to say it. And that's why they keep making the same mistakes.
I mean, I guess maybe, but like it sounds like what you really want to do is try and like make people like think it's not going to be Concord 2.0.
Oh
right?
no. Oh no.
So for the past 17 years, I've been part of some great projects. But by the way, not exactly a compelling argument to be like, it's not Concord 2.0. We just have Concord devs working on this. Continuing though.
Yeah.
For the past 17 years, I have been part of some great projects and worked with some of the most talented people who made the dev, who made me the dev I am today, excuse me. Many
What is
players
the
know about.
problem? The problem is that the design of the game and the character design specifically looks weird. Like, I have the mindset that if you can't immediately tell the gender of a character, you're probably doing a bad job with character design. And I think that American developers and Western developers at large have gone down this pipeline of creating a lot of androgynous, weird-looking characters for I don't even know what reason, but they've been doing it a lot. And I think the outcome of that is nobody wants to play the game. Nobody likes the game. And I think that's what's happened in multiple games. Like, every single game that I see that's gone with this, like, more, you know, uglified look for characters, or, like, this more androgynous, like, you know, attractive character look, none of them succeed. They all fail. Like, pretty much every single time they fail. So if you keep making this character, and, like, this is the problem, is, like, even this developer here will not address in plain English what the problem is, when everybody knows what it is, but we can't talk about it.
Concord and what happened with that project. Concord failed to inspire players, and the messages was heard loud and clear. It was gut-wrenching to see our project fail and be the laughingstock of many online. I have learned that failure is what drives me to succeed. No one feels as bad
Apparently
as the people
not.
who put their time on the line, hoping it will entertain the masses of gamers across the globe. Okay, pause. Did they really think? This is kind of like a rhetorical question, but, like, it's still hard to believe. I'm going to change the point, actually. It's not a rhetorical question. Here's the point. It's kind of hard to believe that any of the devs who worked on Concord ever genuinely thought, like, oh, yeah, everyone around the globe is going to love this.
We're really
like,
cooking,
maybe
guys.
not everyone, but, you know,
Oh, yeah.
gamers, masses of gamers around the globe are going to love this game. My point is, how tone deaf could these people be? It's like, insane. I am not asking for pity or even sympathy, because after all, this is the name of the game. You win or lose.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh. Some of you probably smell blood in the water and probably want to roast me for no longer lurking and
Yes.
exposing myself. I hope you don't, and see that people create these projects and work very...
People create a lot of shit that sucks. People create pretty much everything that sucks. How do you think it came about? Because of people. Duh.
hard to be the next big thing. I commend them
when they
for
say, if you, yeah, like, remember what the definition of insanity is? It's doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. AKA me playing Dark Souls. So, if you fucked up on Concord, and you're not telling them how not to fuck up, I feel like you're a little bit fucking insane.
taking a chance, trying something foreign
That's
to
just
them
me.
that isn't proven nor guaranteed to succeed. It takes a lot of courage. Okay, bro, so let's discuss this point right here where he's like, I hope you don't, and see that people create these projects and work very hard to be the next big thing. Why do so many developers like this, like specifically it's usually like AAA devs who work on a game.
They constantly make these emotional appeals. I don't care. Put the fries in the bag. It's the same thing with streamers. Like, oh, it's so hard being a streamer. It's so hard being a game dev. Put the fries in the bag. Shut the fuck up. Stop trying to guilt your audience into buying your garbage. Make a good product, win, and then people like you. That's it. Winners win, losers lose.
Like
There it
Concord,
is.
they end up trying to have this like toxic positivity stuff, which
Stop
is something
making
that also
weird-ass
got
games,
exposed to
yeah.
Firewalk Studios, right? That was like a big point of contention, that they had this culture of toxic positivity, I believe was the quote. And it kind of reminds me of that. It's like, oh, I hope no one says anything bad about our game. You know, we're people that work on this. How is that?
It's emotional manipulation. That's what it's going on. They're trying to emotionally manipulate the situation in order to make a person feel guilty for criticizing the game.
Actual like counterpoint of any
Yeah,
merit. Like, hey, you're
that's
not
what's
allowed.
happening.
Well, that's been, that's another reason why it's so close to Hollywood, because Hollywood's been doing the same thing, like politicizing any criticism, or overly focusing on the politicalization of the criticism.
To criticize this game,
It's
this
obvious
AAA
that's
game,
what's happening.
because you know people work on this, It's reminding me, it's giving me flashbacks, maybe like war flashbacks from a week ago of the voice acting situation with Genshin, where all these voice actors want to, or they feel entitled to like the public supporting their cause with the whole alleged strike.
Everybody
that they're not,
has
that
to
they're
care.
now calling a collective work refusal, right? It's like, oh, the internet should support us. The people, the fans of Genshin need to support us. We're voice actors. We deserve their support. And these people are like, oh, we're devs. We deserve the public supporting us. It just comes off so entitled. I don't know how they ever thought this is like an acceptable thing and like a good point to
The reason why they think it's okay is because they live in an echo chamber of other people that only agree with them and tell them that they're right about everything. That's the reason why it gets so bad, and I think that's the reason why it's been so bad. It's because they're constantly insulated from any sort of feedback, and they view anybody like me or him or anybody else as these bad actors that take advantage of people.
We'll be making over and over again.
And like
as if
we're
it's
like
some sort of gotcha against
racist or something
criticism.
like that.
And of course, the other fallback plan.
And here's the thing, right? And this is the, it might sound bad to say, but if everybody in the audience is racist and you make a video game and it's not racist, you're not going to sell any of those games. Like, whether you think that you should or not doesn't really fucking matter. Like, you want to sell a game in another country that's homophobic, well, if you have a gay character in it, you're going to have a bad time. That's it. So, like, it doesn't matter what you think the audience is supposed to like. You don't get to tell the audience what they want. Actually, you do. But you don't get to tell the audience that they have to buy it. That's the difference. You can put out whatever art you want, but you can't put out whatever art you want and then get mad when other people don't want to see it.
Is, oh, when we get criticism, let's just say it's like harassment. That's always one that they like to use too.
Oh, and then good news. I got some time lined up to talk with a recruiter tomorrow. So that's going to make me feel better, because the recruiter will get a little bit of a bonus if they get me signed somewhere. So it's, the recruiter is going to be trying to get me hired as much as I want to get hired, because it's going to work out for the recruiter. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation tomorrow. That'll be good. We'll probably while we're talking about it real quick, I'm just making a reminder here. Let's see, it'll be in Florida, so if we give them a call at, let's do 9:30. Okay, so let's make that an hour. 10:30, 9:30 to 10:30 tomorrow. Yeah, and then we can start the live stream right after. So that'll be call recruiter and introduce. Because it'll just be easy to work with a recruiter. It really will. It's just I feel a little overwhelmed with all of the different stuff and jobs and things out there. I need to start talking to people too. I just need to get back in the habit of talking with people. Call recruiter and introduce. Let's do. Okay, so let's save that. Okay. It's funny, like I've been the recruiting agency that I've been looking at, like their chat, like all the person did was like, okay, what's your location? And then they just gave me a place to call. So I just give them a call first thing tomorrow when I'm feeling better, and definitely under the weather today.
And we got this. I commend them for taking a chance, trying something I think I read this already, my bad. Foreign to them that isn't proven nor guaranteed to succeed. It takes a lot of courage. Okay, TLDR. TLDR, I worked on Concord and did my best. We came up short. That's an understatement. $200+ million loss. Game closes in like 2 weeks, was it?
It is a generational level failure that will be discussed in 30 years from now in the same way that we discuss Atari burying all of the ET copies in Mexico. Concord will be discussed 30 years from now as such a astronomical generational failure that it's a fucking warning to anybody else in the future.
It's like one of the
It's
most
like fucking Icarus with the wings.
biggest failures in gaming. And hey guys, you know, we came up
A
short, but we did our
mythical
best.
level L.
I mean, dude, if that's your best, what is like? Who would want you to work on another game?
A cautionary
that
tale.
was our best
Yeah.
work right there, guys. Here's now us working on Marathon. Don't forget to buy it. Like, okay, bro. We came up short. Please don't punish others for our mistake. We are all human beings. Oh
We're
my
not
god.
punishing others for your mistakes. All we're doing is seeing a pattern. That's all. It's not a good pattern.
Gosh, there we go again. We are all human beings who are trying to create something special, and Marathon is no different. Be kind and be cool, as video games are meant to be fun. How about stop acting like the internet police and just make a good game?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
apparently have all these talented people working on it. You got Bungie's AAA money with you too. But hey, people were saying this might be Concord 2.0, and dude had to
Sure
come out
seems
and
like it
apparently
is.
expose himself to make this damage control post.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Let's
And he
sort.
never addressed, keep in mind, he never addressed any of the complaints about Marathon.
Kyle Stoning says, Santa, is that you? No, I am Nexius the White. That is who I have become with my beard. This beard is my consolation prize for male pattern baldness.
Marathon, he never addressed any of the complaints about Concord. All he said is we came up short. And that's the reason why.
Oh, this is just another dog pile on. Hold on. I got a scratch in my throat. This is just another dog pile on Concord video, it seems. So, I do like Legendary Drops. I like his take on things. This was his video talking about Nintendo and the prices that they're going to be charging. Yeah, well, Asmon Gold does the trend chasing thing. So when everybody's dogpiling on something, he likes to put out content. Everything is there's not like a ton of constructive stuff in there. So I can see why people appreciate watching him, because he can do and does do at times a really good job of breaking down and quantifying some of the more complex issues that get lost amongst the clickbaity headlines. But he does that with one hand, and in the other hand he has this clickbaity outrage video. But it's the world we live in the YouTube ecosystem. That's why it's so important to me to let people know the type of stuff that I want to do and that I'm doing, because I need to grow and have the audience organically. Right, I'm not chasing those trends. I mean, I guess I could, but it just feels so fake and inauthentic, and I don't want to do that. I'd much rather sit here and apply for some more jobs than make some clickbaity trend chasing content. I have no interest in that. There's plenty of people that I watch that do that. Like It's a Gundam does that a lot. So does Critical Drinker with kind of the videos that have been coming out. So it's not that I don't consume that type of content, but it's just not something that I want I want to do. That has no interest in me from a creative perspective. I recognize that it is some of this, like Itsugana makes great videos. They're funny, you know, and it's its own art style and its own skill set. So I appreciate it, but it's not something I wish to do or emulate. But let's check out, because I keep hearing nothing but good things about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and let's see how he frames the state of the games industry using Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, because I've heard, again, nothing but good things. Let's see some of the comments real quick. I used to think the reason that I got bored of games within 1 hour was I'm getting older. I was wrong. Games today are just... He's not yanking your pizzle. I'm into this. I'm 146 hours into the game, and I haven't been this invested in a character and their world since Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, good. IMO, it's sad when people looking more forward to a remake than a new game. Yeah, that is eye-opening. There's a lot of people out there excited for the remakes and stuff, and I could be excited for a remake too, especially if you're going to modernize the graphics and not just be like some like very poor port. You know, they've done very bad ports in the past too. So anyway, here, I'll shut up and we'll put this on. I need about I got my resume and everything updated. I got the thing set up with the recruiter. I'm going to give him a call tomorrow before the live stream starts. Now the only other thing that I can do so I can feel better about myself is I'm gonna apply for about 5 more jobs. I'm gonna go take a quick bio break. When I get back, I'll apply for 5 more jobs. And then once I get that done, I will then not feel guilty because I will have done everything that I can for the job hunt so far, until I can talk to the recruiter tomorrow, and then we'll get back to kicking it on the live stream, which is kind of what we're doing now. But I'm a little distracted. I gotta find that next gig, that next role, that next contract gig, something like that. It would be nice to find a decently paying contract gig for about 6 to 12 months. I'd be all right with that. Here we go.
This idea of what games should be. See, because I have the self-awareness to realize that I spend more time criticizing games and the industry than I do celebrating it. And that's not because I don't love games. I love games. It's what I talk about more than anything else. It's because the industry, by and large, does not live up to my expectations. They're not doing what I know they're capable of, what you know they're capable of, but everybody knows they're capable of. See, because I think all of us, regardless of age or experience, are holding on to the idea of a dream game, quietly hoping every next release is going to be that game. And it rarely ever happens. And that's not because there's a lack of talent in the industry. It's not because there's a lack of resources, imagination, and we sure as hell know that it's not for a lack of money. It's because there are too many studios that are out there that are focused on the outcomes rather than the experience. And if you're only thinking about what your work can lead to rather than the work itself, how are you going to make a good video game? Recently, I played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 back to back. And without exaggerating, this is one of the greatest gaming experiences I've ever had. I recommend it to everybody. This, for RPG fans, is one of those rare moments of an evolution within a genre that we just do not see reflected anywhere else in the industry. It's the dream game that many of us have been hoping for. And it's a game that the rest of the industry refuses to make. Not because it's too risky, but because it's too real. This isn't a wake-up call. We're past that. No. This is simply what games should be. So today what I want to do is I want to walk you guys through an experience and share with you what makes a game special, but more than anything, I want to talk about what we've lost. But you know what? You should lose that chair with today's sponsor. This is the worst transition I've ever done. A bad chair can make hours at a desk unbearable. Poor posture, back pain, and general discomfort will all add up over time. Whether it's for work, gaming, or editing, a sturdy and ergonomic chair makes all the difference. That's where the FlexiSpot C7 Max comes in, a premium adjustable chair designed for long-term comfort and support. The entire backrest height can be adjusted to fit different body types, and the adaptive lumbar support ensures the perfect level of lower back comfort. Unlike standard chairs with a basic foam, the C7 Max features a latex seat cushion with memory foam, offering soft yet firm support for all-day sitting, up to 12 hours comfortably. The headrest tilts to the ideal angle for working, reading, or relaxing, while the 5D armrest adjusts for better support while typing or gaming. For even more customization, the seat depth can be adjusted, and the backrest reclines up to 135 degrees for a more relaxed position. For those who like to kick back, well, there's even a footrest option, perfect for watching a show or taking a break. Right now, there's a $50 discount using the code C750 at flexispot.com or using the link in the description. If you're on a budget, you can pick up the 2023 C7 ergonomic chair that's available now with a $200 discount using the code C7YTB200. Upgrade your setup today and experience true comfort. Again, go to flexispot.com or check the link in the description below. Thank you to FlexiSpot for sponsoring today's video. Just a heads up, this video does contain spoilers for KCD 1 and KCD 2. I think it's important to recognize that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 isn't the product of some multi-billion-dollar publisher or a studio with thousands of developers spread across multiple continents. It was made by Warhorse Studio, a mid-sized team based in Czech Republic. They're not working with the same kind of budgets that Ubisoft or EA throw around. They made the game for a measly $36 million. They don't have the marketing machine of CD Projekt Red or the global reach of Rockstar, and yet they delivered a game that doesn't just compete with the biggest RPGs in the market, it flat out outclasses them in areas that matter the most. Depth, immersion, consistency, and above all, heart. There's no cynical monetization model here, no content bloat to inflate playtime, no focused, tested design to make sure it appeals to everyone. Warhorse committed to a vision, something historical, grounded, brutally unforgiving, and full of life. It's not that they just made a great RPG, it's that they made this RPG. Under the constraints that would break most teams, limited budget, a small dev team, a niche historical setting with no fantasy flair, a refusal to compromise their design for mass appeal, and they still managed to push the genre forward in a way that many AAA studios haven't dared to in years. I don't think that I'm alone when I say that most modern RPGs don't live up to the experience that we're looking for. The mechanics that we associate with the genre, experience points, leveling, passive perks, character building, loot, classes, they've all become fluff rather than the foundational systems that are necessary for these games to give us what we want. They're there, sure, but they rarely mean anything anymore. They're just there to give you the illusion of progress more than anything else. Recently, I criticized Assassin's Creed Shadows for exactly this. It's the perfect example. The loot, the skill trees, the levels, they don't change how you experience the game. The enemies might have a bigger number next to their name. Your character might get fancier gear, but nothing actually feels different. You play the game the same way that you would at hour 1, that you would at hour 60. It's all smoke and mirrors. Let's be honest, most RPGs today are just thinly veiled power fantasies more than anything else. You're the destined hero with a prophecy stapled to your forehead. The world bends to you, not because you earned it, but because the script says so. There's no real arc to your character's growth, no tangible evolution in how your character interacts with the world. You're powerful because the game says you are. Kingdom Come Deliverance doesn't just understand what an RPG is supposed to be, it commits to it. It captures the soul of the genre both narratively and mechanically. You are Henry, son of a blacksmith, no combat training outside of the occasional tavern scrap, no knowledge of the world outside of your village, no real skills outside of the chores that you did at home. Your life was simple, and then it wasn't. You were thrust into life-altering events, and you have nothing to your name. No money, no power, no direction, and everything you do from that point on, you earn. Most RPGs put you on rails. Even the ones that market themselves as open world games are afraid to let go of your hand. They scale enemy levels. They lock off progression areas because you're not ready for it yet. They do everything they can to make sure that you have a smooth and painless ride because they don't respect their audience. They don't trust their audience. They think players want to feel like a hero right out of the gate. Kingdom Come does not give a damn about that. The entire world is out of your league. You're not the chosen one. You're not special. You're a nobody. And the game treats you like one. At the start, you can't just grab a sword and run off killing bandits. You can't just stroll into towns, loot houses, murder NPCs, and cheese your way through systems. I mean, you can at some point, but you still have to earn the right to be able to do those things. You're going to barely survive running away from a pack of wolves. You're going to get killed by a lone bandit on the road. You're going to steal food because you're starving. You'll sneak into a barn and sleep on some hay just to be able to survive the night. And then you're probably going to get arrested for doing all those things, which is only going to make things worse. But through those failures, those very human, messy, and frustrating failures, you'll grow. Kingdom Come adopts the Bethesda...
Oh, man. So I'll tell you what I'm doing right now. I'm talking to my endocrinologist about a home testing kit, and I'm sitting here wondering if I'm going to have to draw out like a full vial of blood myself, or if the home testing kit is like different. I'm stressing myself out over this. I just need to look it up and find out.
Bethesda-esque learning by doing system. Every step you take, every lock you pick, every sword you swing, every injury you take, it all is building your skills. But it goes deeper than that because of how brutal 15th century Bohemia is and how green Henry is as a character. You are going to grow alongside him. The learning here isn't abstract, it's personal. When you're brewing potions, you're not just pressing a button and watching a bar fill. You're not instantly crafting items off of a crafting table or vendor. You're pouring the water, you're grinding the herbs, you're boiling the ingredients, timing everything to make sure you don't ruin the batch. You're collecting fresh herbs to make sure, because well, quality matters. You're not just crafting for a bonus, you're crafting to survive. Combat is totally unforgiving. You need to memorize combos, time parries, blocks, and dodges perfectly. You have to think about the strengths and weaknesses of the weapon type that you're using versus the enemy that's in front of you. You have to think about where you're the most protected and where the enemy is the least protected. If their wrists are exposed, go for those. If they're wearing a helmet or they're not wearing a helmet, then go for the eyes. I still remember the first time sword fighting clicked. I wasn't flailing, I wasn't panicking, I was in control. I was reading my opponent, managing my stamina, landing counters, not perfectly, but confidently to say the least. And it wasn't because my stats had gone up, it was because I had grown as a player. Hours of sparring with sword masters, trial and error, and losing duels, licking my wounds. It all led to this one sword fight where I finally felt like a swordsman. That's what an RPG is supposed to feel like. And that same philosophy extends to every part of the game. Passive skills aren't just flashy finishers and game-breaking perks. They're subtle enhancements that require you to capitalize on them. Sure, you can unlock a trait that gives you an attack bonus when you're outnumbered, but you still have to parry, dodge, and swing with precision. An alchemy perk might give you slightly better yields, but you still have to physically craft those potions. This is not a numbers go up system. It's a player get better system. And it's phenomenal. I love that everything I do matters. I love that every action ripples throughout the entire game, not just through dialogue choices or morality sliders, but through tiny, persistent systems that all interlock beautifully together. At one point, I was investigating a murder. I needed to infiltrate a suspect's home. I had convinced the guard I was a healer. Now, how did I do that? Well, it's because I recited scripts from a medical text that I had read 15 hours earlier in my playthrough, a book that I had stolen on a completely unrelated quest, and I only found that book because I had the lockpicking skills to open that chest and the stealth to avoid any detection. That moment wasn't scripted. It was earned, organically, accidentally, and beautifully earned. Kingdom Come is abrasive. It doesn't care about coddling you because it wants to leave a mark. It wants to scar you. Every victory feels like the result of real effort. You begin your journey barely even able to find food or survive a wolf attack, and you end it by dueling master swordsmen, winning tournaments, going to war, and earning the respect of nobles. But no matter how many skill points you unlock, no matter what loot you carry, the real reward is what you've learned, what you've earned. You are what changes, not just the character sheet. It's that struggle that grounds you. It ties your sense of progression not to just numbers on a screen, but to a journey. It's one full of mistakes, setbacks, and tiny victories. That sense of immersion that doesn't come from beautiful graphics or formulaic design. It comes from knowing that you had to live through it to get where you are. Not many games can dial you in like this. Everything you do is with intent and purpose, and then it cascades throughout the entire game. Experience isn't just a number, it's a journey. And I realize not every single game needs to be like this. They can't be like this. If they were, then, well, gaming would be exhausting more than anything else. But the vast majority of the industry wouldn't even try to do any of these things. It would never deign upon them to try to do any of these things because they're so afraid they would limit the size of their audience. So they take something that should be an immersive experience and they streamline it to suit a modern audience, a broader audience. That sucks. Simple as that. That sucks. I have limited time and limited money, and
you know what it is? It's like the games, the guy that he typically reviews games and things like that, and this is the type of content that I was seeing for all the Star Wars stuff like 2 years ago. It's just like a knock-on effect. It's like it's the elephant's gotten too big in the room for everybody to notice, but he's not. The more I listen to him, the more I feel vindicated about taking the tact that I am going to take with my video essay, because I don't want to come off as overly negative. I just want to come off as like explaining this is what's going on. Like, this is the thing that is happening. Here's why it's happening. Here's where it's happening in the process, right? Just kind of shining lights on it, because you need people in the world that are really good with money, but they can't be making decisions in a vacuum. That's how you come up with harebrained ideas that we're going to charge people every time they install the software. That's where stuff like that comes from. That's the money brain going, no, this is a good idea, and then only a bunch of other money brains around going, yeah, that is a good idea. Nobody with the talent or passion side of their brain to tell them otherwise.
I want games that I'll remember. I want games that are going to leave a mark on me. I want games that I'm going to want to come back to. But this industry is so obsessed with throwaway experiences, consumable games, hundreds of hours of nothing you'll ever remember. I hate it. I hated Kingdom Come Deliverance when I first started playing it. I hated being weak. I hated struggling. I hated getting caught trying to steal when I was trying to make my way up the ladder, trying to get some better gear or something like that. Just a couple groschen here or there, and ultimately selling the things that I stole in the same city that I stole them in, which is probably not the best idea for me to do. I didn't realize the game was that reactive, that they would know that, yeah, hey, we know whose shit that is. But I almost quit. The game almost filtered me, but the longer I stuck with it, the more I realized what it was trying to do. It was trying to set me on a journey. And the minute that I realized that, it's the minute that I realized this is exactly what I was hoping games could become. It brought back that old feeling of what games could be or what they should be. And what's wild is that same sense of slow earned progression throughout the entire game is then reflected directly onto the game's world, its characters, and its narrative. They didn't just make the mechanics, realize they nailed it, and phone the rest home like we've seen more times than I can count at this point. No, they made sure that philosophy was in the entire game from start to finish. And it's beautiful. And you know what's even more beautiful? This game doesn't include the one thing that I hate the most. Modern writing. One of the most common criticisms that I've had for modern games is how restricted and artificial the writing feels. It's just not real. The dialogue feels like it's been filtered through social media or HR, like they're trying to tie their game to a trend rather than build a believable world. And when their writers do try to tackle bigger themes, they usually...
Oh, hey, Deathforge. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Actually, that's just a bad habit of mine. I'll get if I don't eat breakfast when I'm supposed to, I'll get hyper focused on whatever it is I'm doing on the computer or whatever project I'm on, and then hours and hours will go by where I haven't eaten anything. It's a big problem. Like it's unusual enough behavior. When I realized that I was doing it, I went to go talk to doctors about it. I was like, I'm trying to eat a certain amount of calories. So like when I'm trying to do bodybuilding, right? So if I don't eat a certain amount of calories, I'm not hitting my goal. Why is it that I can set down a plate of food over here and then hyper focus on something for three hours straight, and then I'm like doubled over in stomach pain because I still haven't eaten anything. A plate of food sitting right there. I was like, that's not normal. there's something going on there.
Usually inject modern social commentary into places where it just doesn't belong. Take Dragon Age the Veilguard as an example. That game felt like a socially awkward millennial isekai titled I'm a loser in another world surrounded by other losers and a whiny lizard person. The dialogue constantly leaned on modern slang and completely faked me right back narratives today. Feel people actually talk
everybody knows that Dragon Age sucked. Like, he's just piling on right now.
One another, and it shows. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 have...
Okay, but he's using... See, he just leans much more heavily into the negativity than I want to, than I have any care for. And it's just, I guess the thing is, it's just because, like, it's easy to do that. It's real easy to just go on a rant and talk about how everything sucks.
Have some of the strongest writing that I've ever experienced.
I'm not saying that's what he's doing here. He's using it. He's juxtaposing the two.
In any RPG, right up there with Baldur's Gate 3. And honestly, in some ways, it's even stronger. What makes it stand out isn't the historical accuracy or the period-specific dialogue. It's the fact that the game just feels completely unafraid to be itself. There's no pressure to modernize the language or insert modern ideologies. It's raw, grounded, and entirely unfiltered. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 feel like they're from another era, not just in setting, but in spirit. And that's the big...
Yeah, one of the things that I'm looking forward to being able to do, one of the reasons that I have that big, like, Project Veilwalker and that world already kind of dreamed up is because my brain was always thinking, what would be a setting where you could do whatever you want, tell any type of story that you want. And that's basically what my brain came up with. So I'm looking forward to, as things progress, and we get that project further along, I'm looking forward to, like, people being able to explore it, either through some of the things that I write or hopefully some gameplay. I'm very excited to because I think it was like Orson Scott Card said, you go into writing because you either have, like, a really great story you want to tell, or you get done reading a book and you think to yourself, I could do better than that. And honestly, I'm in both. I'm in both camps. I've got a really great story, some really great stories I want to tell, some really great ideas I want to explore. Some interesting facets of the genre, and I honestly think I can do better than some of the stuff that's out there right now. I really do.
Biggest revelation I had when I was playing these games is that, most modern writing and language just doesn't feel honest. And in games, language is everything, and I think a lot of writers have lost sight of that. It's how we understand characters. It's what makes a world feel alive instead of generic. Get the language wrong, and the whole thing falls apart. From my perspective, language is the bridge between the player and the world. It's how we're invited in or how we're kept at arm's length. When it's done right, it draws you in closer, makes you believe in the character.
Oh, the writing was really that simplified. So, Death was just talking about the writing in Veilguard, how it was like the weakest thing. And instead of saying something like, oh my, this is Morrow Harbor. I've never seen it this empty. Last week it was filled with guards, sailors, and all life in between. Instead, Deathforge is saying the dialogue is, oh my, a harbor. This place should have ships everywhere with people. Yeah, that's too bad. Some oversimplified dialogue. That's why, you know what? Hold on. Let me pull it up. We're gonna Deathforge, I am going to share with you the best dialogue that I have seen in any video this year. All right, get ready. We're watching this for you, Deathforged.
Brother, I crave the forbidden lamp. Seek not the lamp, brother. Heed not its light. Brother, the light calls to me. It calls to us all. You must resist it, brother. The light is the call of death. I know, brother, and yet I long for it. I desire its forbidden touch. You cannot touch it, brother. I know this. I too once followed the call of the forbidden lamp. I too once thought to touch the eternal and unknowable light. It is folly. Indeed. And yet you live. You touch the forbidden lamp and yet return to life among mere mortals. I find your words implausible, brother. Hear me, brother. I did not touch the lamp. No one can. It is farther than infinity, more distant than life from death. I flew up and up, beyond what I imagined possible, until my wings failed me and my strength was utterly spent. The light burned so brightly, I strained to touch it, but it never got any closer. And then I fell, brother. I fell for ages, the wind carrying me where it willed, spiraling downward with no control nor any care for my destination. And the lamp retreated from me, as if in mockery of my futile struggle, and left me in darkness. When I awoke, I was on the ground, and I do not know how I survived. But I saw them, brother. Others of our kind, their bodies broken under the weight of their hubris, their wings torn and scattered upon the blades of the green. None had touched the forbidden lamp. None ever will. Your story reveals your weakness, brother. Your trepidation prevailed and the lamp rejected you. I do not fear the light as you do. Where others have faltered, I will succeed. I will be the first to touch the forbidden lamp and bathe in the eternal glory of its light. Perhaps when I become one with the divine, I will remember you, trapped as you are in your mortal frailties. No, brother! Please, reconsider what you're doing. The lamp is a fire that burns body and soul. Even if it could be touched, it would not make you as it is. It would simply destroy you. Even so, I can no longer resist its call, brother. If I go to death or immortality, either way, this is our final parting. Forgive me, brother, for leaving you thus. I forgive your fears, as they are born of love. If you love me, brother, then forsake this mad quest. I cannot. Remember me, brother. No! No. Fly then. Out of brotherhood, out of forgiveness, out of memory. What is a brother to a shadow? What is a shadow but what is left behind in the light? I will not remember, and when I too become nothing, it will be as though you and I never were.
Oh, well, this is me talking with my mic not muted. And I was just saying that the dialogue in this was like, why can't we get more of that? It was, I forgive you your fears as they are born of love. Like, that is an amazing line. Oh well.
Characters that you're talking to makes you feel like you're a part of their world, but when it's clumsy or out of place or hollow, it just becomes a barrier. Suddenly you're no longer talking to a tavern owner in 15th century Bohemia. You're listening to a modern day writer tell you what to think. It breaks the illusion. The spell is gone. Great writing doesn't just come from conveying information. It sets the tone, builds the culture, defines relationships, and it gives a voice to people who don't even have a backstory, and it makes them feel real. When Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 opens up, Henry and Hans are galloping through the countryside, cracking jokes, taking jabs at one another, excited to be striking out on their own. It's the kind of scene that just works, not because it's flashy or dramatic, but because it feels like it's two people who actually know each other. The inside jokes, the camaraderie, it's all there. It feels familiar, not because of the journey that you shared, but because you could easily see this reflected in the friendships you personally have. You don't get that kind of authenticity when your idea of relatable is just tossing out the occasional shit or damn for shock value. See, kids, we use curse words, just like in real life. I stepped into a sparring match with Sir Hans without equipping a sword, and he said, "What do you think we're gonna do, fight with our cocks?" I was dying when I heard that. It sounded exactly like some goofy quip that I would hear at the bar with my friends, and it stuck with me. Later on, I went on a quest to hunt a serial killer. Catherine delivers one of the best pieces of voice acting and motion capture I've ever seen in a video game.
I have to talk to him about our wedding. I won't be left alone with his child.
What are you screeching about, you ninny? There's no Hendel here. Certainly not for the likes of you.
Do you hear that, folks? He fucks me from all sides. Gets me with child, and now he doesn't want to know me.
Get rid of her. Disgrace. You're too old for him. Nobody will believe your lies.
Old am I? He came to me himself because he wanted a mature woman to breed with. And he never even pulled it out. And he filled me up like a wineskin.
This kind of dialogue, this mix of grit, wit, and personality, it's all but gone in modern games. It's too honest, too real, too...
I can see why he used that as an example. That that wouldn't come out of a Sony game. There's no way Sony would publish a game that had that dialogue in it.
Too human more than anything else, and it makes you realize just how rare it is to see people in games talking like people again. Not some corporate-approved safe version of people, not some sanitized, inoffensive version, just real, flawed, grounded characters saying things that make sense for them in their world. That honesty goes beyond the dialogue, by the way. It lives in the characters themselves. NPCs speak broken English. Foreign characters mix in German, French, and other languages into their speech. It adds this extra layer of immersion that most games wouldn't even try to deliver. When I talk to Menhard as an example, I feel like I'm actually talking to a German. The more I speak with him, the more I understand his speech patterns, and I don't need subtitles or exposition dumps. I just learn through talking, and that's what makes Kingdom Come Deliverance so special, because you just want to keep talking to people. I spent hours wandering around chatting with villagers, merchants, and random NPCs because they all just felt so human. They weren't just quest givers or lore dispensers. They were people with lives, stories, and personalities, and that's what a good RPG should aim for. When conversations are written this well, you don't need forced morality.
I'm really gonna have to play this game. I'll make sure it's on my Steam wish list. Yeah, we live in a world now where that's a good way of putting it, Deathforge. We live in a world now where outliers will set trends and AAA studios will just follow suit. Yeah. Well, the AAA studios are at this point too big to succeed. So, you've got like the shareholders and the CEOs and the ones that are all making decisions based off of like metrics, measurable metrics, marketing statistics, all that kind of stuff, and like you can't. But it's missing all of the things that you can't measure, like heart and passion and artistic merit and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's like everything that you can measure, they're hitting all those targets. In fact, let me just look here real quick, because I like talking about this because it's helping me refine my thought process. Yeah. Innovation. Okay, well, I'll keep it going, but let me move this over here. There we go. Okay, so there is positive exceptions to the rule is Kingdom Come Deliverance, and then No Man's Skies is an exception to the rule. Okay. Oh, that's a good way. Hold on, I'm just taking some notes real quick. You know, what if there was a new way to develop video games with 100% transparency, with transparency and utilization of all the modern communication methods and community engagement. There we go. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. We've been playing Baldur's Gate 3. We've been having a lot of fun with it. No Man's Sky. I never got No Man's Sky, but maybe I should buy a copy. Now that they actually have like turned everything around. Didn't play Black Myth Wukong, but I heard good things. So, yeah, it's well, I mean, it seems like what's been happening recently are the things that are getting greenlit, like he was talking about in the video with Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers isn't running. They're not building things to last. They're greenlighting projects like the Wonder Woman video game to be released along with their movie, right? The goal there isn't let's make an amazing video game. It's let's release a product that capitalizes on the hype that a movie or a subsidiary company is making, right? And that's no reason to be making a video game. I mean, it is one. They're doing it. But it's the wrong reasons, and because that's the goal, they're going to miss all of the marks of making a good. And that's the thing. Everybody has forgotten that the minimum viable product, and this is a software industry term, everybody has forgotten that the minimum viable product for a video game is that it is entertaining and people want to keep playing it. Right, that's getting lost and it's getting buried in all these other requirements. Oh, it's got to have a store, and the in-game store has to have X amount of items in it ready at launch, and the payment processor backend needs to be built in, and all of these things that take away from actual gameplay. Like the focus should be let's write that down. The focus should be make the game make the game first. Make the core gameplay first. Then worry. Movie tie-in games don't sell as well as the handcrafted games. You can review Batman movie tie-ins compared to Batman Arkham series. Yeah, because the Batman Arkham, that's a very good point. The Batman Arkham series set out to make a really next gen badass superhero, particularly the Batman Caped Crusader game, and they did. At least the first two. I don't know about the third one. The third one was a bit much, but the first two were really, really good. And they had all the voice actors, and you could tell a lot of love and passion went into that because they had the actors from Batman the Animated Series. A lot of those people won rewards, and then Mark Hamill with his role as the Joker. It was just great. All right, let's keep this going. I'm taking some notes here for how I got to rewrite this whole essay now, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm still putting things together.
Systems or a flashy dialogue wheel, you just talk, listen, and, well, you start to care. While doing a quest for the miller, I needed to go out and get my hands on some saltpeter, and he told me to go and trick the gravedigger into giving me access to the mass grave. Seems simple enough, but when I actually went and spoke to the gravedigger, heard his story, asked why he did what he did, learned about his job and his life. He wasn't just some generic NPC. He was just a decent old guy trying to do his part, trying to do right by the dead. I didn't have it in me to lie to the guy, so I just told him the truth, and he agreed to help me anyway. It's wild that I even had this kind of reaction during a side quest, but that's the level of care that Warhorse puts into their writing. You can spend just as much time talking to a grieving widow or a random guy on the road as you could fighting in a tournament. Every interaction matters. Every side quest feels like it has the same care and weight as a main quest. You're never just going to do a task, you're living someone else's moment. I remember one night I was wandering around Kuttenberg and a drunk NPC hailed me over.
Yes, I see what you're saying, Deathforged. It's like I feel like there's a new way to develop games now, and like I guess I'm trying to do it. It's like you can with the internet and all of the tools available, like you've never had a better chance to be more transparent with people. So like if you can clearly communicate like the overall vision and then what the current goal is, right? Because if the overall vision is a game like my game with it's got like at least 53 different systems in it, and those are all the ones I haven't actually put a cap on that yet because I might have forgotten something. I might need something else. But like I've thought about the project and the game and the gameplay and building the world and all that stuff in a modular fashion. It's like, well, you build this thing and then you can start doing all this stuff. You build this thing and then you start doing all this stuff, right? I think like communicating that to people, like what's being worked on, what the overall goal is, how long it looks like that it's taking, what the setbacks are, what you're doing about the setbacks, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. I feel like you could you could honestly be transparent and people could follow along with the game development. Not like with Star Citizen, sure. I mean, they've got a nice website and they put out some updates here and there. I'm talking like more like you present the information to the supporters or subscribers as if you would like a stakeholder in a business meeting, because ultimately you're trying to get a product out the door. So this is business, right? Let's not beat it around the bush. Video games are business, and that's another thing that I need to call out is that people that are really passionate, the mind triangle. I keep calling it the game development mind triangle. You got people that are good with money, and there's people that are really talented or skilled, and there's people that are like really, really passionate, right? And if you I guess I'm just repeating myself at this point, but let's I'm just looking at my notes real quick because I got a billion ideas swirling around in my head, and this is why I always write everything down, because my brain starts jumping all over the place, and I'm trying to put together all these different pieces to make my point, and then I lose my spot. So let me just make sure I got my notes here. Focus should be on making a core gameplay first, and worry about things later. Okay, so I basically need to spell out what my vision of Veilwalker is going to be over the next, and the relationship with supporters and stuff could be over the next couple of years. Yeah, content creep. They keep changing the scope of it, right? In 2025, where we've seen indie titles with little to no funding just smash charts. This is the best time it's ever been a small independent game creator. Yeah. Star Citizen has the issue of content creep. They keep wanting to add more systems on top of systems. The whole game's scope has crept to monstrous levels. Yeah. So I certainly don't want that to happen with my project, but I'm not 100% confident we can actually put a cap on it yet, just because I want it to be a complete product. I think like 90 to 95% of everything that we're going to need to build has been thought of and planned for in a modular way. I've learned enough about Unreal Engine development to know that this is an applicable thing, because I can have a system do an output, and then I can have other systems grab, and that output can be tagged specifically, and then I can have other systems grab that output or outputs and use it to feed it into their system and do what they're supposed to do when there's a player in that situation or of that status or whatever. So it seems like it's all, I just need to hunker down and get it done, you know. And all right, well, let's watch this.
Over. I figured it was just some throwaway line or maybe a side quest, but no, he just wanted to tell me about the birth of his first child. That was it. He was happy. We had a full conversation about fatherhood, about life. No reward, no XP, just a man celebrating something beautiful. It's moments like this that bring a game to life. It ties everything together. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and honestly, even the first game, are stunningly beautiful games. The fidelity is incredible. The performance is solid. The combat is deep and rewarding. The progression systems, all of it all works together. It's some of the best I've ever seen, but without a world that feels real, those systems are just part of a machine. It becomes the difference between playing a game and experiencing one. There are too many games today that are using what I like to refer to as hello fellow kids language, and it's just falling flat with audiences. It's just not working. There's too many characters that are now being known for being cringe than there are characters that are known for being cool. And that tells you the direction of games over the last few years. When talking to a character, I don't want to experience a character and how you think people should talk. I want to experience how people actually talk. And I think with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's based on real events and real people, and in that they want to make sure that that humanity is reflected in those characters, and they pull it off. But a lot of these companies are afraid to do anything like that because, well, it could be problematic. So they soft lock their language. You sacrifice a lot by doing that. I was thinking about it, and when I first started this channel, my language, my tone was very soft. I qualified everything I ever said to make sure nobody misunderstood me, and I wasn't offending anybody. And I realized just how inauthentic that was. It wasn't me. And the minute that I stopped doing it, and the minute that I just started being myself when I was making these videos, was the minute that my viewership skyrocketed more than anything else, because that's what people are looking for today more than anything. Simple as that. And I think we're getting away from that. It is 100% the product of social media, because there's too many people that are saying what they think people want to hear rather than what they actually think. And that works all fine and good for a post on Twitter. Doesn't work very well for a video game that you're supposed to sell, because it's kind of like a tag on a new shirt. You're constantly feeling it. It's there, so you cut it out.
Okay, well, he's definitely made his point.
But the parish priest of Auschwitz would never make it. Find that that's not what was happening.
Continuing to praise the game. Yeah, so that's good. I'm glad that there's this big section of how positive it is. Let me just let's just take a look. I'm sick. What is this? Let's see.
Might get crucified for this, but Marvel.
Oh, he's chasing the outrage trends and stuff. So he did schedule one. Like, talked about Nintendo. Like, Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna, like, raise the price of the game. Everybody knows it. Nintendo already did it for their, I think, like, the Switch 2 or something. Like, you gotta have an active subscription to use chat. So, and Nintendo's gonna Nintendo. Steam is on the warpath. Yeah, this is I'm just trying to see, like, sadly there's no, I mean, he makes good content. It's sadly just there's not a lot of good things that are being reported on in the games industry right now, and I just want my video essay to, like, add to that. I want to make my point. And I'm talking about the video and games industry from a software development, business administration, and I guess community outreach perspective. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do this. We watched this. Let's take a look at the Game Developers Conference. Deathforge says, I don't like the video game journalism anymore. It became too political and polarizing. Games are either the best thing this year or the worst game this year. And not, it's okay. Not 10-10, but it's okay. Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up. Let me talk about... No, you're right. I need to have a whole section about the media. Here, let me see if I put this here. Will you see it? Yes. Okay. So I think, where do we got to put? I think we got to start off with the media. Okay. So we need to, because this is such a big factor. It can't be ignored. It has to be. It is part of the equation. And this will be talk about games journalism and how it has become part of the access media. And access media can be defined as any publication of any size that selects language for reviews in such a manner as to be corporate approved. That's a really nice way of saying it. Let's put that in parentheses. This is a professional way of saying they don't say anything is bad. They don't they don't say anything critical. For fear of not getting an early review copy or not getting invited to the premiere. It's like the same problem we've got with Hollywood. Something from Splattercat Gaming. Okay, let's check out Splattercat Gaming. But I am glad that we had this talk because I realize that we've got to talk about the games journal, and this is where we show price, discussing the games journalist industry is being used to discuss price fixing out in the open. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. Like, what if like some car review website was like, yeah, we got a charge more for a product that hasn't even been developed or released yet, but we just got to charge more money for it. You know. So let's check out Splattercat Gaming. What's he got?
What's up, guys?
He's. I need to make an intro video like this. Let's watch his intro video real quick.
The gals, welcome back to the Nerd Castle. If you don't know who I am, you've never seen me before, my name is Splattercat, and I show off indie games on the internet every single day and sift through the pile to find what's worthwhile so that you don't have to. This video is basically, people have been telling me for a long time that I should make some kind of video to let people know what the channel's all about and like where they can find me here on the internet. And so as a quick, brief introduction to myself, I show off indie games every single day. Indie games are my life. They are my passion. They're one of the few things in life that I found that I care about to an excessive level. And I want to share that with the world. So whether or not you're just looking for one game or you're looking for a constant stream of games coming out every single day, you can rest virtually assured that this is the channel where they will be featured at some point or another. Over the years, I've covered thousands and thousands of games. I go through a process where I sift through the things that are sent to me every single week, and I pick the ones that I think are the best. So while my channel is a bit of an impressions channel, you will find that I rarely do negative impressions, and there's a reason for that. I filter out all the games that I wasn't especially stoked about before they hit the channel so that everything going up is always something that I'm passionate about or excited about, so that I don't have to be snarky, I don't have to be negative, I don't have to be nasty or anything else like that. If after watching stuff here on the channel, you wanted to see more content, I'm also a Twitch streamer. So I stream at twitch.tv/SplatterCatGaming, and chances are virtually anytime you want to, you can click on the button underneath this video. It'll have a link to my stream. You can go there and check out my content. I'm live pretty much every single day of the week. If you go to my channel and I'm not there and I'm not live, don't panic. You just hit the follow button. You'll get notifications when I go live. I also have a Discord channel that you are all cordially invited to, where we sit around and discuss video games. We joke about Warhammer 40K, which is another one of my great loves in life, and generally just support the community. So, people have been telling me for a long time I need one of these videos. So I just cut one for all of you. With no script, no anything. For the rest of my channel's career, this will more than likely be sitting on my channel page for you guys to find it. So, I will see you all later. Enjoy the videos that you're going to find here on the channel. I really sincerely do hope that you enjoy them. And also, welcome. I hope you'll join me on stream every single day of the week to further explore some of the games that we show off here on the channel. Other than that,
See, that was a good intro video. I'm gonna leave this up and I'll end up doing something like that. I need to make a channel like that for a video like that for my channel. What's this? This came out 3 hours ago.
what's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the world of indie games, we're going to be taking a look at Tempest Rising, which sort of has itself marketed as the real successor to Command & Conquer. They've even got Frank Klepacki working on the music. Everything here is lined up to be a really solid real-time strategy experience. I played through the demo.
His name is Skooma Steve.
Back when they put that out years ago. Really enjoyed it. So today they've given me the release copy of the game so that we can play it a little bit early so that you guys can make up your mind whether or not this is the kind of game that you want to play. And so I figured that's what we'll do